The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cook, Coram, Danielson, Donovan, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Gonzalez, Hansen, Henriksen, Heisey, Holbert, Huckes Lewis, Kirkmeyer,
To speak talking points.
Kirkmeyer,
Senator Holbert.
Excused.
Colker, Lee, Liston, Lundeen, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez, Scott,
Excused.
Simpson, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story,
Here.
Winter, Woodward, Zenzinger, Kirkmeyer. Mr. President,
Here. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused. We have a quorum. Will the good senator from Monument Please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, please join me in a salute to our nation and our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the Journal of Wednesday, March 23rd be dispensed with, and that the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Senate Services.
Correctly printed Senate Bills 172, 173, and 174. Senate Concurrent Resolution 001. Correctly re-engrossed Senate Bill 36. Correctly re-revised House Bill 1022, 1032, 1092, and 1279.
Committee reports.
March 23rd, 2022, the Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1153 be amended as follows, and so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. March 23rd, 2022, the Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1209 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. March 23rd, 2022, the Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 147 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Members, before we jump into General Order Second Reading of Bills, let's recognize the amazing feat of our JBC members in closing out the budget yesterday. Thank you to Senator Hansen, Zenzinger, and Rankin for all of your work. We will now spend the next couple of weeks questioning what you did, and then, of course, you will do whatever you want to do anyways. General Order, Second Reading of Bills. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of General Order, Second Reading of Bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the General Order, Second Reading of Bills, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the cult rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title, Mr. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bills 1089 and 1165 lay over until tomorrow, Friday, March 25th.
The motion is for House Bill 1089 and House Bill 1165 to be laid over until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and 1089 and 1165 will be laid over till tomorrow. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 57.
To proceed out of order, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order to hear Senate Bill 57. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 57?
Senate Bill 57, Senators Cook and Representative Weissman, concerning measures to support victims of violent crime who suffer brain injuries as a result.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 57, the Judiciary Report, and the Appropriations Committee
To
report.
the Judiciary Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, we added some more data collection for statistics regarding people with traumatic brain injury, and we added somebody, a registered forensic nurse, to the task force.
Is there any discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee approved the appropriation.
Is there any discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, the Appropriation Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is about violent crime victim brain injury screening program. As you might recall, last year we approved a brain injury screening for those in DOC. And this kind of expands the program for victims. This bill creates the Victims Violent Crime Brain Injury Task Force. The purpose of the task force is to develop a plan for the creation and implementation of a pilot program that would identify and screen victims of violent crime for symptoms of possible brain injury. According to the CDC report to Congress on traumatic brain injury, assault is the leading cause of traumatic brain injury in America between the ages of 15 and 24. And to reinforce that, in Denver, the first 9 months of last year, they experienced 475 strangulations in just the city of Denver, and strangulation is the leading cause for traumatic brain injury in victims. Additionally, as stated in the bill, the legislative declaration, brain injury can affect a person's ability to self-regulate, planning, organized judgment, reasoning, and problem-solving. Abilities commonly referred to as executive functions. Executive functions are essential to navigating service systems and resources. For example, research in Colorado found that more severe intimate partners or domestic abuse were linked with worse executive function performance and, in turn, greater difficulty getting basic needs met, such as food, housing, up to a year later. Bill connects victims to violent crime who have suffered brain injuries with suitable and timely treatment and support. Based on that, Mr. Chair, I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 57.
Any further discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this bill because one of the things that I found most compelling about the policy testimony was the fact that too often we talk about, in very black and white terms, the differences and distinctions between victims and offenders. And what I found to be truly compelling about the testimony presented in regards to this bill was the way in which actually there is a cycle, and oftentimes there is a graying and blurring of the lines, and the way and understanding from victims the way that trauma can lead to further violence, whether that is within themselves or within their interactions with others. And I feel like that recognition is important, and helping everyone to achieve greater healing is of importance. And I do think as we continue to have these conversations about those who cause harm and those who have been harmed, that we not be so black and white about these issues, and that we create greater opportunities for everyone to heal. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Senator Lundin. Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Senate Bill 57. We have seen significant challenges and problems over the last several years with regard to crime and safety in our communities. There has been a spike in violent crime. You heard from the Senator Sheriff that strangulation is one of the most threatening aspects to an individual with regard to potential brain injury. And this bill seeks to create a task force to look into improving that circumstance. I want to call out the fact that we've got a continuum of elements that we as a body policy need to be working on with regard to this crime wave in Colorado. This particular bill deals with helping victims after the fact. It looks into how can we more effectively step into someone's life after something horrible as part of crime has come into their life. We need also to continue to look at elements that in fact suppress crime, that in fact support law enforcement with regard to training and appropriate interaction into our communities. So it's important that we deal with the continuum of crime and the wave of crime we have in our state and in our communities today. This bill is an after-the-fact element of that. So I want to say highly supportive of this. Yes, we need to support and figure out ways to help people after it's happened, but we must do more to preventing crime, to making our neighborhoods less dangerous, not more dangerous as they've become over the last several years, making property crime something that we actually pay attention to. Property crimes have fallen to the back burner because our law enforcement is under so much pressure at this point. So I rise in support of 57 as part of the solution to the continuum of expanding crime in our communities and the fact that we must do more about this and other aspects, hopefully preventive aspects of crime in Colorado. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to add my voice in support of this bill. We heard it in Judiciary Committee. It passed out by a 5-0 vote. We've been focusing more and more on traumatic brain injury and brain injury in the legislature over the last few years, significantly because of the work being done at Denver University. And I wanted to spotlight the work that's being done over there. It's a nationally recognized center, Rose Anderson Center for Brain Injury, and Dr. Kim Gorgons is one of the leaders and a nationally recognized expert. They are shining the spotlight on the impact of brain injury, particularly in the area of crime. And as Senator Cook pointed out, the Weld County senator, the significant numbers of people that suffer traumatic brain injury as a result of strangulation and domestic violence cases is creating significant after effects of crime. And as the good senator from Denver pointed out, victims oftentimes become future offenders. So we need to focus on developing evidence-based practices, which this study will do, so that we can address this silent epidemic. So I urge support for this and commend the senator from Weld County in Denver for bringing this bill and shining the light on it. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Senator Fields.
Mr. Chair, good morning, everyone. I stand in strong support of this bill. I had an opportunity to listen to the testimony on Senate Bill 57, and it is strongly supported by the victims community. What's kind of interesting about this is oftentimes the victim is unaware of the impact of this brain trauma. They're trying to figure it out. They don't understand what's going on. They might have a fogginess in their recall and memory. And it's only through the sense of someone finally diagnosing what's going on with them, because it's almost like silent initially. When someone may choke you, it really takes away oxygen to your brain. Or if someone knocks you against the wall and slams you against the wall, you might not feel the initial impact of the trauma to your brain until maybe weeks or so later. And so we heard testimony from folks who finally figured it out. And it was my understanding that there's really not a cure for this. It's just through treatment and recovery and finding a way to address it. And so I think it's very important that we do research so that we can learn more, so that we can have a better pathway for people who are experiencing these brain injuries. So please, members, vote yes on this.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 57. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 57 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 55.
The motion is to proceed out of order for Senate Bill 55. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 55. We'll proceed out of order to hear Senate Bill 55. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 55?
Senate Bill 55, Senators Cook and Hansen, Representatives Robertson McKean, concerning increased alcohol monitoring for impaired driving offenders.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 55 on second reading, as well as the Judiciary Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, in the Judiciary Committee, we made one small technical change to correct the wording on page 5 to focus in on the monitoring aspect of the bill. So not a big change in judiciary, just a technical correction.
Motion is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and would also ask for an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report. We did have a small appropriation to implement this bill. We believe this is going to be a great investment in public safety and urge your support of the appropriation.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this bill does, it allows an individual who has had his license suspended for at least 9 months, first offender, or 1 year, a subsequent offender, for a DUI infraction to apply for immediate reinstatement of an interlock system on their car. Right now, you have to wait a month or better to even apply for the interlock. And then what this does, we know people will drive after they get arrested for DUI, or convicted, I should say. They'll still drive because they have to get to work, they have to take their kids to school, they need to go to school, whatever. And so this allows them to immediately apply for an interlock system to be able to, for them to be able to drive safely, because their car won't start if they have the interlock system on. And so it's a way to make sure if they drive, they're not drinking and driving. That's the first part. The second part is, as you all know, we, several years ago, I think it was in 2015, made the fourth conviction of a DUI a felony. And we're trying to give incentive for the person not to get that fourth DUI and that felony. So after the third conviction, the bill requires, where you can, where it's appropriate, if the judicial system has it, to have continuous alcohol monitoring every half hour. There's like, it's an ankle bracelet and monitors whether the person's drinking or not. We're hoping that's an incentive for them not to get that fourth DUI and to drive drunk.
There's an amendment of the desk. Would the clerk please read Amendment 55? I'm sorry, Amendment 2.
Amendment L002.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members. I move L002 to Senate Bill 55.
That's a proper motion. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We found a repeated word in the current draft in front of you. The word "for" was used twice in a row. We would like to strike one of those fours. Urge your support of L002.
Any discussion on L002? Seeing none, is there any opposition? The motion. Question before us is adoption of L002. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and L002 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Hansen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a quick wrap up, colleagues. This is a bill that I think is going to significantly enhance safety on Colorado's roads. We know that the key intervention is separating the driver from the intoxicant so that they can be safe on the roads. This bill allows that to happen much more quickly. We have the two methods of doing that, the interlock device that my good colleague from Weld County mentioned, as well as the constant or continuous alcohol monitoring electronic equipment is the other option. Both have shown great efficacy around the country, and I think this is a great step forward for the state. So urge your support of Senate Bill 55.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 55? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 55. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 55 is passed. Members, before we move on to any more bills in second reading, I wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to acknowledge some guests. And as chair, I've been told that I have the ability to do that. And so that being said, going out of order, just wanted to acknowledge that we have some folks in the back corner over here representing the Tuskegee Airmen. Wanted to recognize Lieutenant Colonel Harvey, also Also want to recognize Vori Moon. And want to recognize Lieutenant Colonel Porsche. Thank you so much for being here today. I will not find myself. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request a senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted. Members, we're back to second reading of bills. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 110?
Senate Bill 110, Senator Sonnenberg, Representative Pelton, concerning a requirement that a wind-powered energy generation facility be equipped with an aircraft detection lighting system.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to fine the chairman $5 for the breaking of the rules.
Aye.
All those opposed to Senate Bill 110, no, just playing with you. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I withdraw that motion. I move Senate Bill 110 and the committee report from the Committee of State Affairs.
To the State Veteran Military Affairs Committee report, Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I believe there is an amendment to that committee report. And so the report actually, we'll adopt the committee report, and then I'll tell you about the amendment which fixes, has some adjustments for the committee report as well. So that's for an aye vote.
The motion for the body is the adoption of the SVMA committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the SVMA committee report is adopted. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L004. Oh, nope, you're going to have to read it first. Sorry. I'm new here.
There's an amendment on the desk. Would the clerk please read Amendment L004?
L004.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L004. Members, what L004 does is cleans up the committee report, adds some language that allows for the exception for military, for towers around military establishments. The idea there is if lights come on, if a military aircraft comes and they're trying to take out a threat, that gives them warning, so they have the ability to not utilize this around military bases. But basically what the committee report and the amendment does, the original bill had it for all wind turbines. What this does is pairs it back to new wind turbines. And what it does is allows technology to utilize the turning on and off of the red lights that flash in these communities. When a wind farm comes in a rural community, one of the requirements is, so we protect our pilots and our aircraft, is red lights flashing on and off to alert aircraft. What this does is utilize the technology that we have implemented in 17 other states that says we're going to put radar on the ground and we're going to leave these lights on, so we're good neighbors to those people where these wind turbines are. And then when an aircraft gets within 3 miles, when that aircraft gets within 3 miles, then the lights come back on again to protect the aircraft. This is just simply a good neighbor measure. Ask for your aye vote for the amendment. That also explains how the amendment affects the entire bill and puts us all in a good place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the good sponsor from Sterling for doing all the work on this bill and taking into consideration lots of different avenues. I am in favor of this bill. As a licensed private pilot myself, I know that when we fly, we are aware of everything that's out there, especially at night before we go into an area. And I hope that the FAA will be able to approve the technology to do this. And so that's why I'm an aye on this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask your aye vote on L004 and just wanted to explain, my good friend from Sterling, this is his 16th year in the legislature, so he's very familiar with the overall process, but he so rarely gets a bill out of committee that the second reading moving a bill is a little unfamiliar with him. He'll get it. Ask for an aye vote for L004.
Man, that must be a great chair of that committee. Senator Donovan. Okay. Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of this amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this bill as well. I think this is important that we do this work this session, but I hope someone continues to look at this issue next session and figure out if there's a way to make it retroactive and apply to wind turbines that are currently built. This is, I hate using the frame of the urban-rural divide because I think it's a political construct, but I do think this can be one of those times where it feels like folks that live in more urban settings are really excited about the concept of wind power, and then it is implemented in more rural areas, and it has a much more greater impact on the quality of life and why people have chosen to live out there when you get a skyline that used to be filled with the beautiful Milky Way and is now filled with the blinking red eyes of Sauron. Really excited about that this bill acknowledges the fact that we can be good neighbors, even if those neighbors are hundreds and hundreds of miles apart. And I hope that we can take this step even further going forward and really appreciate the senator's good work on this bill and ask for an aye vote.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank the sponsor for his hard work on this bill. You know, many years driving in rural Colorado, I would see that red flash and think that's the flash of money, because every time it would flash, I would hear 3 cents. 3 cents. 3 cents is how much I pay per mile to use wind power in an EV. And although this bill might technically move that 3 cents to like 3.0000001 cent, I think it's a price worth paying. I'll be an aye.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 110? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 110. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 110 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 1?
Senate Bill 1, Senators Buckner and Hendrickson, Representative Ricks and Tipper, concerning crime prevention through safer streets utilizing design management strategies.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, who looks like president? I move Senate Bill 22-001 and the committee reports.
Thank you. To the local government committee report, Senator Buckner.
There was a vigorous discussion during the committee, and we had many witnesses there and many supporters of this bill, and it ended up being a very vigorous debate.
Any discussion on the local government committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the local government committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The local government committee report is adopted. To the appropriations committee report, Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The appropriations were given to this fantastic bill with no issues. Thank you very much.
Any discussion on the appropriations committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the appropriations committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The appropriations committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Buckner.
Thank you. I'm requesting that there are 2 amendments to this bill, and I will give those to the desk.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read the title of Amendment 4?
Amendment L004, Senator Buckner. Amend the local government committee report dated March 3rd, 2022, page 1, line 24, strike on, substitute details on.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding this amendment, it's definitely just a technical amendment. Oh, I'm sorry. I move amendments L004.
That's a proper motion to the amendment.
Yes, this is a technical amendment, and we just struck the word on and substituted details.
Any discussion on L004? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and L004 is adopted. There is an amendment of the desk. Would the clerk please read L005?
Amendment L005 by Senator Buckner. Amend printed bill, page 3, line 13, strike are encouraged to, and substitute shall, page 4, line 21.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an explanation of Amendment L005. This amendment does 2 things. It requires local government agencies to solicit feedback and consult with impacted communities before submitting their applications. This was based on stakeholder feedback. In committee, we added language to make sure that grant applicants must address how they plan to prevent displacement of homeless populations and harm to communities of color and vulnerable populations. This amendment adds language that would require that the advisory committee considers the applicant's plans to prevent displacement and harms when the advisory committee reviews grants. I move amendment L005.
And it has been discussed. Any other discussion on L005? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes having L005 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am so proud to be a co-prime sponsor of this bill with Senator Hendrickson. Every Coloradan deserves to feel safe and secure in their community. That is why we're working hand in hand with law enforcement, community leaders, and local governments to improve public safety through Colorado. And when we say through Colorado, we're talking about the whole state, whether you're suburban, rural, or intercity. We are investing in our communities. That's what the Senate bill is all about, and it's just one of the many ways we are going to address rising crime rates through our state and build safe communities. This bill is going to create the Crime Prevention Through Safer Streets grant program in the Department of Public Safety. These grant programs aim to improve public safety and will help local governments make critical upgrades to neighborhoods. This is a data-driven approach, and crime prevention through environmental design is recognized worldwide as an effective tool in reducing crime. We are not talking about old, failed policies that did not work. We're talking about letting communities work with local municipalities on how they want their communities to feel safer. We're taking this back to the communities and getting their feedback, and then together with local entities, they will make these decisions on what is best for their particular community. To receive grant money, local agencies can collaborate and partner with community organizations to come up with grant proposals for physical upgrades where crime is disproportionately high. And we made sure that the communities were a part of all of the decisions we made with this particular bill. We wanted to make sure that we don't harm any vulnerable populations. This bill is giving $10.3 million to this cause. And with that, I am asking you for a yes vote on Senate Bill 001.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I sit on the Local Government Committee, and there was a lot of lively debate on this bill. I appreciate the sponsors of the bill bringing this, but there was not a unanimous vote on this. In fact, there was a lot of opposition, not only from our side of the aisle, but from others. The CCI, Colorado counties, they had some real reservations about the bill. The Colorado Criminal Justice League, or Colorado Criminal Justice, they were in opposition to it. Something that I would bring to your attention, and I realize that what the good senator from Aurora is trying to do, but it creates a whole nother committee, like 11 people, members of law enforcement, elected officials, an expert from that's supposedly about crime prevention, another expert with background on urban transportation, another expert here, another expert there, where we felt that if we really want to get to the heart of crime, this $10.3 million, let's really put it in where the officers are who are on the front line, rather than creating a whole nother governmental bureaucracy. I couldn't help but notice last night on the evening news, I appreciate the good senator from Aurora, but I saw on the news last night where the city of Aurora, their police chief, is going to resign. They have huge turnover in Aurora, and as well as other major metropolitan cities in and around the Denver area, but apparently Aurora in particular, they've lost many of their officers. Morale is at an all-time low. They're losing officers left and right because they're not getting the support from the governmental officials. We don't see how pouring another $10.3 million for another program. This is something that should already be in place in these various cities, both urban or rural. So with all due respect, I understand partially where the good senators from Aurora and Pueblo are coming from, but I would urge an aye vote, a no vote on Senate Bill 1. Thank you very much.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too would urge a no vote on Senate Bill 1. And here's why. The first portion of this bill they talk about creating a crime prevention through Safer Streets grant program, and that the Department of Public Safety will issue requests for proposals to local government agencies for agencies to identify areas where crime is prevalent. That is already happening. Our local governments, municipalities and counties already do this. I cannot imagine the county sheriff not informing county commissioners of where crime is prevalent. I can't imagine a law enforcement police chief not informing his city council of where crime is prevalent. We already do that. We don't need to hire 2 more people in the Department of Public Safety to go do a request for proposal to go talk to local governments and ask them where their crime is happening. They know. They know where it's occurring. That's their job. It's almost, to me, being a former county commissioner, insulting that we would say from a legislative perspective that, gosh, you guys need to go do an analysis of where crime is happening. What do you think occurs during the budget process? When city council members and county commissioners are trying to decide where their budget should be going, what items should be prioritized. Do you think they say, gosh, we don't know where crime is happening, so we probably shouldn't increase the budget for crime so that we're safer here? This part of the bill just is simply not needed. And members, when I asked in committee where this bill came from, were the cities and counties, did they the ones that said we should bring this bill forward? The answer was no. This didn't come from cities and counties. Some of them didn't even know about the bill. When I asked some of the folks afterwards, city and counties folks, they didn't even know about the bill. They didn't know where it came from. So they don't ask for this bill, yet we're going to ask the Department of Public Safety, who is removed from local government, who's not involved in the process, to issue requests for proposals to local governments to identify areas where crime is prevalent. Because apparently local governments aren't doing that, even though they are. When I asked the member who testified from the Department of Public Safety, I asked him questions about this bill, I just want you to know that he responded. This bill is not the answer to crime prevention. Thank you. So we're introducing a bill where the member from the Department of Public Safety who testified said, not the answer to crime prevention. It's a nice title, though, concerning crime prevention through safer streets utilizing design management strategies. Members, cities and counties work with your communities all the time. They have several programs in place, community policing programs, neighborhood watch programs, graffiti removal programs, all sorts of programs in place where they work with their communities. They identify where crime is high. They identify what the issues are. It's not like the mayor doesn't talk to the police chief. They identify these issues. They go out and they work in these communities already. It's their job. That's what they're supposed to be doing. As a former county commissioner, when we go through a land use process, when counties go through a land use process, referrals are sent to law enforcement. They're sent to the county sheriff and his office to say, look at this land use proposal. What do we need to be addressing as a Board of County Commissioners to ensure that we are creating safe communities? It's there. There are ordinances that are in place, and if they're not in place, county commissioners and city councils can put ordinances in place to look at environmental design to make sure that physical features like lighting and that bushes and shrubbery and landscaping are not put in such a location that would create an unsafe environment. Local communities, through their land use process, address these issues already. They address these issues all the time. They have utilities planning in municipalities, in urban areas, where they go through and they look at the lighting. They go through and make sure the lights are working all the time in their municipality. That's the job of the Public Works Department. If they're missing lights, they go put up more street lights. They have to work with the utilities to put up more street lights, then figure out how to pay for them. But they already do all of this. To me, as a former local official, it's and no disrespect to the sponsors. But it's somewhat insulting to think that we don't believe local government officials aren't doing everything they can to have a safer environment, to create safe streets. Every time a land use process goes through, there are traffic impact studies. There are traffic studies. Access points are debated regularly. And not to mention, left ends, left and right ends, acceleration, deceleration lanes, left turn lanes, everything. All of this is done. Why would we rely on a committee of people who not necessarily are experts, but why would a county or a municipality rely on this committee to tell them how to create a safer street when counties and municipalities already hire planners, designers, already go through this process, already have, again, their own local law enforcement agencies who are their experts in their communities and in their neighbors, who are out talking to people in the community, who understand what's going on in the community. When I asked in committee to the sheriffs that were there and to the municipal folks that were there to testify in support of this bill, when I asked them, in a set of priorities, where does this fall for you? Is this really a priority for you? Or is training for law enforcement officers, shouldn't that be a priority? Isn't that what we should be funding from the state? Isn't that what we should be looking at? How about recruitment of officers? I asked that of the Aurora City Council member who had informed us. I mean, she talked about the issues that they have in Aurora. We know that 150 police officers have quit in the last 18 months. Not because they don't have safer streets, because of the other issues that are occurring because of bad policy that happens here that has driven crime up in the last 2 years. Our murder rate has doubled in our state in 2021. And we're putting together a bill that the Department of Public Safety individual said is not the answer to crime prevention. And we're going to grow government by 2 FTE when it's not the answer to crime prevention. And we're putting together a grant program that's not the answer to crime prevention. And we're telling cities and counties to go analyze their crime when they already do that. If we truly want to address public safety in Colorado, I don't know, maybe we should be cracking down on the possession of fentanyl and other drugs. Maybe we should be focusing on getting better training for law enforcement agencies and officers. Maybe we should be working to recruit and retain more officers and putting money into that. Maybe we shouldn't be passing bad policy that demoralizes our law enforcement agencies across the state. This bill, well, certainly very good intentions are out there. This bill is simply not necessary. This bill infringes on local governments and their jobs, what they're supposed to be doing. I ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 001.
Senator Buckner.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Senator Kirkmeyer, for your feedback. In my opinion, this bill is not an either-or bill. There are a package of bills coming to address a lot of the things that you just mentioned. For example, there's another bill coming that I am presenting with Senator Cook that is going to create the programs that you just mentioned for hiring, retaining, and training police officers. That bill's coming, so just be patient with us because that's coming very soon. In fact, it's coming next week. Something else that was mentioned is about local land use process. Well, this will not automatically result in the changes that you were talking about, but this is going to give community access to funding. And during the testimony, it was very clear from the large amount of sheriffs that we had testifying, and police chiefs, and architects, and CCI, and CML, all supporting this bill. So the fact that someone said that no one knew about this bill and they didn't have input, we have been stakeholding on this bill since last October or November, developing this bill. So a lot of people did know about this piece of legislation that was coming forward. There were many police chiefs who testified. There were architects who testified, members of CCI, CML. So to those points, I want to let the public know that all of this was taken into consideration for this bill.
Before I call on the next individual, it's been requested that the Colt rule be relaxed for, and I quote, everybody up in here. All right. That being said, Mr. Minority Leader or Mr. Minority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate being recognized and appreciate being able to take off my coat for a while. First, I want to thank the bill sponsor. I count her as a friend. I see that former President Garcia is also listed. I can use his name since he's not here anymore, but Mr. President, if you're watching, listening, hope life is good for you in your new position there in Washington, D.C. Senate Bill 1, the very first bill of the year. That means it's a priority. And I agree. For us, for almost a year, members of the minority, Republicans, have pointed to public safety as one of the top 3 issues that people in Colorado are concerned about: affordability, public safety, and education, educational choice. So Senate Bill 1 attempts to get to the public safety point, that concern of people here in Colorado. Concerning crime prevention through safer streets utilizing design management strategies. That's the title of the bill. So I ask people, with no disrespect intended to the bill sponsors, the people of Colorado, do you agree that making Colorado a safer place, addressing public safety, do you agree that a priority would be design management strategies? Maybe so, but that's what this bill is about. That's the title of this bill. And through our state constitution, there is a requirement, single subject requirement. Every bill that we consider here, except the budget, must have a single subject title. And that's the title of this bill: Design Management Strategies. So I look at the local government committee report, and it made an amendment. On on line 7 of the local government committee report, it says, page 3, after line 10, insert the following language. So I went to page 3, line 10, and I see that we're in the middle of page 3, or maybe the top third of page 3, and we're talking about what this discussion group, this committee, would do, this task force. And you have to back up to page 2, line 13. I think that's a good place to start. The department shall administer the grant program pursuant to this section, this new section the bill would create. The department shall first issue requests for proposals, RFPs, to local governmental agencies for the agency to obtain an analysis, a study, an understanding to identify areas where crime is more prevalent. Okay, so in working toward design management strategies, the first thing the department's going to do is do some survey, figure out the results, and determine where crime is more prevalent. Okay, I think my friend from Weld County, former county commissioner, addressed that pretty well and better than I. I haven't worked in county or local government, but I'm fairly confident that those jurisdictions understand that already, but okay. We're going to collect that data on a statewide basis, and the department, in this case public safety, will know those things. I think they do, but okay. Subject to available appropriations, I guess that would be from the $10.3 million in this bill, the department may provide technical assistance to agencies. I assume that would be the local agencies that have said, hey, we've got a crime problem over in this area, interested in submitting responsive proposals. Okay, so identify where the crime is, and then those local agencies, after they've told the department where the problems are, the local agencies are going to come back and submit responsive proposals, and I would guess that that would mean, how about we do this to that area? Let's affect this change to that area. Okay. After areas where crime is more prevalent are identified, local government agencies may submit a grant application to the department for a grant to pay for improvements designed to create safer streets. Okay. So this is about planning. I'm fairly sure in my county that we have a planning commission, and it considers things like this and makes decisions and plans. But okay, don't mean to be overly critical, just trying to understand what the bill does. Such improvements, this would be design planning, may include better lighting. Now I know I've been told over the years to protect my home, my property, lighting is a good thing to add. And I have motion sensors around my house. My wife lets her dogs out, they run out on the deck, down the stairs, and lights pop on. That's probably a good thing. Lighting, that's good. Improved trash collection. Now, I don't think that hurts, but just so the people of Colorado understand, addressing public safety, this bill proposes $10.3 million of your taxpayer dollars, and one of the goals of this bill is improved trash collection. Okay. Access control. Then there's something I have to admit, I don't know what it means. Territorial reinforcement. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I'd love to learn. Improved space management. Okay. Sidewalks, access points, stairs. We already have lighting. I'm not sure what improved space management means either, but sounds good. The department shall develop policies and procedures, A, for local governmental agencies to submit responses to the request for proposals and grant applications. That makes sense. But then we get into the committee report. Now I'm on page 3, line 10. So after we get through that, that's the context. We're going to insert ensuring that money from the grant award is not used. Oh, we've talked about what it will be used for, like trash collection, improved trash collection, but this $10.3 million will not be used for, number one, hiring law enforcement or code enforcement personnel or peace officers. Senate Bill 1, dealing with public safety, after the committee report from local government, says that this $10.3 million of your taxpayer dollars shall not be used for hiring law enforcement, code enforcement, or peace officers. Okay. I would have thought that would have been a priority in addressing public safety, but It's specifically not what this bill does. Okay. Here's something I actually like. For those who care most about liberty, this is something I actually like. The money, the $10.3 million, shall not be used for facial recognition purposes. DNA, facial recognition, data, that's really got me concerned over the past 12 years. This is my 12th year in the legislature, but what role does privacy have in our society anymore? Privacy, freedom, liberty. And we bring up those issues, sometimes people would say, well, do you have something to hide? I remember the first time I went out to DIA and went into the parking garage, I realized to get out of the parking garage at a public facility, they record your license plate number. And I called out there and I learned that Denver Police has a, what was it, a district, I think, right at DIA. And I talked to the officer on duty, lady, she was fairly nice, and I asked, why do you record my license plate number to get out of the parking garage? She said, well, it helps control car theft, auto theft. Okay. I remember not long after that, former Congresswoman Patricia Schroeder had her car towed out of there because they thought it was abandoned. She was in Washington, D.C. so often that somebody thought it was abandoned, they towed it out of there. Apparently, the license plate isn't recorded when the car's on the back of a tow truck, but I don't know. And then she asked me something that brings it back to the bill, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I wandered. Thank you for your patience. It isn't facial recognition, but reading my license plate. And that's issued by government, and I'm out in the public. Should the government be recording my license plate? She asked me, sir, do you have something to hide? Are you wanted for a crime? No. That's why I'm asking. I should have protection as a citizen of this country, of this state, to be able to move about freely out in the public without the government tracking where I am. So when it says this money shall not be used for facial recognition purposes, I want to say thank you to the bill sponsors. Thanks for making that clear. Because facial recognition, boy, we could catch people, we could find those criminals, we could know where they are any moment of the day, along with everybody else. And that's not freedom and liberty. So I do want to say thank you for making clear that those dollars would not be used for facial recognition purposes. And then it shall not be used, the third thing, ensuring that money from the grant award agencies, community safety, both inside and outside of urban areas and. Okay. So I've talked a while here. I don't mean to be at all disrespectful for my good friend from Aurora. I know she's trying to help, but I care about public safety. I want to see us move forward on making our streets safer. I want to address one of the top 3 issues of voters throughout Colorado, and it's been clear for about a year. The 3 things they care about: public safety, affordability, and education. Senate Bill 1, the #1 priority bill of the year, focused on public safety. It would allocate 10.3 million of your taxpayer dollars on things like improved trash collection, but it would specifically say, don't hire any more, don't use any of those dollars to hire more peace officers, law enforcement officers, and I think that's really what we need. I want to thank the bill sponsor. She mentioned a bill that is upcoming. I believe that she'll be working together with the former sheriff of Weld County. I think finding people from those affected communities, hiring them, training them, getting them post-certified, having them be law enforcement from their respective communities, and having them patrolling those streets, that's going to be a great step in the right direction of making our streets safer. But I just don't see that here in Senate Bill 1. I think it's more conversation among folks in government and planning and understanding data, and that's not going to help somebody who's got their house broken into or the drug addiction problems. It's just not going to help. We're #1 now in the nation on auto theft. Yay us. We went past Washington, D.C. We've talked about catalytic converter theft, rampant, thousands of dollars per incident. Those are the things we need to focus on. I hope the Senate Bill 1, I hope I'm wrong, that Senate Bill 1 does lead to some improvement, studying that, understanding where those areas are, and working on architectural design improvements. I'm not sure how that changes the behavior of people who would violate the law. One thing I left out back on page 2 of the local government committee report, one of the members of the committee will be an architect with experience in environmental design. Members, I would rather see another sheriff deputy, a police officer, even a code enforcement. I'm not sure I'm too crazy about code enforcement officers, but I would rather see this money go into paying men and women to protect our streets than paying an architect to design more beautiful places. Ask for a no vote.
Senator Lundy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 1, not because it isn't a good derivative additive thing that we should be considering after we've dealt with primary and secondary and tertiary things. This would come down the line quite a ways, I believe. And we're always in a conversation here around the distribution of scarce resources. This particular bill says we're going to take $10 million, and you all know, I know as a member of the minority, $1 million ask, a $2 million ask is a hard ask to make. This is a substantial investment in something that the local governments tell us they are already doing on a constant and ongoing basis. My approach to this particular bill is I think it extends the tone, the attitude, the perspective this General Assembly has been communicating into the state for several years now. It continues to push us in the wrong direction. And it does it with this summary concept. It's very explicit. It says no cops, but it says yes consultants. And here's the challenge we have today. Over the last years, we have seen double-digit increases in the rates of violent crime in Colorado. 18% increase in aggravated assaults in 2020, and it's gotten worse since. A 29% increase in homicides, and it's worse in Denver. We have gone over the last several months from number 2 in the nation in car thefts, a property crime, but sometimes there's violence involved, to number 1 in the nation. And it's all about, I think, a tone that has been set that dishonors law enforcement, that dishonors the idea of social responsibility to our neighbors and in our communities. And this bill extends it. It says we do not honor cops, but we do honor consultants. I think that's a misstep and a movement in the wrong direction, especially when the people who would hire those consultants at the county's levels already are saying, we're working on this, we're doing this, this is our logical province and responsibility, and we are doing it. Should you doubt me, I just want to read from the bill. The bill provides very explicit litany of things that should be done: better lighting, improved trash collection, access control, territorial reinforcement, improved space management. The department, these all sound to me like county things. I mean, anybody who watches the various levels of responsibility of the various level of government, these are all essentially code and land use planning and sorts of issues that are dealt with at the county level. The state level, I believe we should be doing things that are more a matter of statewide importance in changing the tone in the conversation to say that consultants are important and we like consultants, but you know what? We honor cops. We honor law enforcement. We believe that a better trained, more robust law enforcement system is fundamental to improving safety on our streets as well. This bill continues the conversation moving in the wrong direction, in my opinion. The reality is, I think it prioritizes the wrong thing. It moves money that would be useful for other things. We've got, I brought personal interest, I brought a training bill, $50 million ask. We were down to 10 in the committee conversation. Now we're down to 1 if we can get there, for training for law enforcement officials for crisis intervention when they find themselves in a circumstance that just may spin out of control, one of those horrible circumstances. You know you're going to read about it in the newspaper, you know you're going to see it on TV. How do we train law enforcement so that that situation does not spin out of control, does not end up on the eyewitness news in the evening, does not end up as a headline on the newspaper? Training for law enforcement in that circumstance, in my opinion, better priority use of money. So, to be clear, this bill says specifically, ensuring that money from the grants, $10 million in grants, awards, is not used, award, singular, not plural, I want to make sure that my plural singular agreement's correct. Ensuring that the money from the grant award is not used for, first item, hiring law enforcement or code enforcement personnel or peace officers. It's my perspective that as a matter of third order, fourth order, fifth order, this bill would be a place to go. Yes, it's something to add into the conversation, but it's not the first order, second order effect that I believe we should be spending our money, our attention on, and it continues to move the tone of the conversation around who we are as a society in the wrong direction. So based on those arguments, I respectfully oppose, not because it's a bad bill, but because I think it's something that we should do other things first and then come back and pick this bill up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise in support of Senate Bill 1. I, too, am concerned about public safety. I think we all are. And this is just one of the ways through Safer Streets that I believe that local governments can work together with other community members to make some places where they don't have the money, some towns or cities, small cities where they don't have the money within their local government, or they need to spend it on something else, to make streets safer, to look at the counties and cities with the crime areas. They do know, and you're right, a good senator from Weld County. I think they do have those crime rates, and that's a big help. So, again, writing grants would be a lot easier with this bill to see where the areas that need to be safer or made safer and reduction in crime could occur. So, I just look at, you mentioned the fact that physical areas, lighting, and other elements to maximize visibility, like pavement and signs, and no, not that we seem to focus on that one thing, but that's not really the focus. The focus is to make these areas safer streets so that the crime in those areas that have been stated by the various local governments could be reduced. And again, this is a grant application by the local governments in impacted communities, and I hope that the money does go to those impacted communities, to the communities that in more rural areas where, or even in other urban areas that don't get enough money, that they can make these improvements, and we can show that crime is reduced because of more lighting, because of better access to these areas, and just impacting the space of where crimes might occur, because they're, fixing these areas up would reduce that potential. I just think it's one of the bills in the package of public safety bills that's really important. And I think the smaller communities would benefit so much from this bill. I I also heard that, this is training for other law enforcement officers. There is another bill for that. I didn't see that in this bill at all, and I know we talked about it in local government, but it's not there. But making safer streets and safer cities by improving various lighting and fencing and whatever we need, maintenance of property so it isn't run down. It's a better area to walk through. People feel safer. I rise in support of Senate Bill 1, and I do believe it's a good public safety bill that will help local governments to be able to make their cities and towns safer. Thanks.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments from the good senator from Larimer County. One of the things, colleagues, that I remember now, my brain's getting re-engaged on this bill, is that we ask, we're talking about roughly $10 million, and $10 million is a lot of money. It's real money, but the good senator from Larimer County was talking about how this could also hopefully go to rural communities. And I remember we were asking, well, on this grant money, while $10 million sounds like a lot of money, there is nothing to prevent a large city, be it Aurora, Colorado Springs, Denver, Wheat Ridge, these larger cities, to come in and say, look, we need some grant money and we need $1 million, $1.5 million, $2 million. And all of a sudden, 3 or 4 of the larger cities throughout Colorado can suck up 80–90% of this grant money, and the rural communities of which the senator was talking about, they're fighting over crumbs, if nothing. And these smaller communities, they don't have grant writers. They don't have sophisticated staffs to say, look, we know where that money is. We know how to get it. We know how to write up grants so that we can get $500,000 or $1 million like the large cities do. They have professional grant writers. They have departments. They have that's what they're out there. What they're trained to do is to go out and get this money, where the rural communities, they don't even know that these programs exist. And back to the amendment where that my good colleague from not from Parker, is that right? My good colleague not from Parker, where it specifically says on the amendment that none of this money will be used to hire law enforcement, code enforcement, or peace officers. I don't know about you, but when I speak to my colleagues, to my constituents in Colorado Springs, and probably would be true throughout most people, if you say, look, if we have money to spend to make things safer, what would probably be your number one priority? And I surmise, and I know after speaking to my constituents, they want boots on the ground. They want that real person that when they dial 911 or they dial the police or the sheriff or whatever, they're going to get a body out there. Yes, safe streets are nice, clean, lighting, all that, but that is something that the local government and the communities, they should know how to take care of that. They budget for that. And with the crime rates rising throughout Colorado, especially in the large cities, and the way that law enforcement has been beaten up, once again, I emphasize, I happened to tune in to last night, Channel 7. It was their lead story where the chief of police of Aurora, I'm sure she's a fine lady, she is going to resign. She's just been beaten up and slapped around and kicked and spat on and everything else. Unfortunately, she is going to be stepping down. And I think they said it's the 4th or 5th chief of police over the last 5 years. It's a regular revolving door, as well as the police officers in Aurora and these other large cities, that they are tired of it. And they go, hey, we give. That's where we need to be putting our emphasis is the hiring and training and showing our support for law enforcement. So with all due respect, I appreciate where my colleagues are coming from. Once again, colleagues, I would urge a no vote on Senate Bill 1. Thank you very much.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I want to start by thanking the incredible input and guidance and expertise that leaders in our law enforcement community has offered and given as they have requested this bill. And I want to thank them. We just had a day where we honored the sacrifices and the commitment and the service of law enforcement officers across the state. And so I want to reiterate my appreciation for them and all they do for us. I want to talk about the 3rd Street Garage in Pueblo because it's an area that I am at every day because it's right across the street from the main bus station in Pueblo, where I am a manager that works in our city's public transit service. The garage has been a problem spot for a while for low-level crime, thefts, vandalism, assaults. In the months from October to January, October 2021 to January of this year, there were 5, 13, 10, and 11 crimes reported in that garage or in the immediate surrounding area per month. And we worked closely with the Parks Department because the Parks Department operates the ice arena that also is adjacent to that facility, and the police department, and have worked closely to ensure that there is a program in place which continually cleans up that garage. Graffiti removal, garbage removal, and there's discussions that I have heard about a potential of a mobile barricade to section off parts of the garage that are not in use because the ice arena is there, because there are semi-pro hockey games, because there are differences in downtown activity which that parking garage serves. There's great fluctuations in the use of the garage. But since those efforts have began, there were 3 crimes reported in February, and there have so far been 3 crimes reported in March. Now that's anecdotal, but it follows the data from study after study after study into Safe Streets programs, similar to what we're proposing here. Yes, our public safety entities already know where crime is prevalent, and this helps them to remedy it in those specific places. That's why that's in this bill. And no, this is not the only strategy to deal with public safety issues that our state is facing. It is one tool in the toolbox, and it is a tool that has been shown to work again and again. It is a tool that our law enforcement community is asking for. It is a tool that my law enforcement community is asking for, and I ask for an aye vote on the bill.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to weigh in on this conversation because there's a lot of discussion about the city of Aurora. And so I want to first of all talk about this bill, Senate Bill 1, but I also want to talk about the comments that are being made about the chief of police in Aurora. And some comments that were made about the number of officers who have left and that, officers feel a little beat down, and how this bill may not address some of those kinds of concerns. And I've heard the bill sponsor mention that there's going to be other bills that will address some of the concerns that are mentioned, like recruitment and those kinds of things, and expanding training and those kinds of things. You're going to see some bills that address those kinds of things. But our chief of police, we've had several transitions in Aurora, and I can tell you that the job is extremely difficult, and a lot of it has to do with politics. It has to do with community. It has to do with the labor relations aspects of it. And you also have the dynamics of the workforce aging. And this is not just unique to policing. We find that across all types of profession, the workforce is aging. And trying to recruit and retain new law enforcement officers is a challenge that we have to face. But when I think about Senate Bill 1, I see it as a creative approach to addressing crime prevention. And crime prevention can't just be about a criminal justice system addressing the consequences of criminal behavior. And so that's the paradigm shift that we need to make when we talk about crime prevention. Because crime prevention is not just the policing aspect of it. It's not something that's solely the responsibility of the police chief and the police officers and the 911 dispatchers and all that goes into it. But crime prevention also has the role and the aspect of the citizen. And you see that role demonstrated as it relates in your neighborhood watch programs. So crime prevention saves lives and it saves money because we're investing not only in law enforcement, but also investing in what communities believe that they need to see demonstrated in their communities. So when we talk about that we're paying consultants and architects, sometimes when you're so in the weeds, because when you're dealing with crime and victims and what's going on, you're real time on duty, dealing with what's in your face. And sometimes you might need someone that's in the helicopter, like a consultant, like an architect, that can consult with city planning and other folks in reference to this will really help you address this objective. Because it's hard managing a city. It's hard managing a police department. Sometimes you bring in outside resources to help you figure things out. School boards do it. Corporations do it. And so I think that we need to have a creative approach as it relates to crime prevention. That we don't put the whole entire burden on policing and incarcerating. And people who live in these communities, they can tell you what needs to be done. And that's what this bill is all about. Now, I represent Aurora, Senate District 29, and I know for a fact, and our city is limited in reference to how much money they have. But when I go out in rural communities or all across the state and urban areas, I don't see enough open spaces where we see playgrounds, where we need to make sure that kids have a safe place to play. I represent parts of rural areas, they don't have sidewalks. So when we talk about the tone as relates to Senate Bill 1, then we need to make sure that we also have a tone that speaks to preventing crime in the first place. And it's just not policing. It's also preventing a crime from ever happening in the first place. And some of those things might mean that we have to address poverty, that we have to address homelessness. We have to address some of the inequities as it relates to having people earn a livable wage. It can't just all be about policing. And this is an opportunity for our state to be visionaries and allowing communities to identify what they need, and they don't have the resources to do it, to address crime prevention and community safety. Where a police officer is like out there dealing with robbery or burglary or all the other things that they're doing. Why not be forward thinking as it relates to crime prevention and safer communities. That's what this bill is all about. You have to change the way you're thinking. We can't police our way out of everything. And so I suggest that we try to think differently about what the message that this bill is sending to communities from a state level. We're saying that we want to invest in your community to stop crime from ever happening. All you have to do is to submit a proposal, and it will be considered with integrity and with dignity, and then the money would be dispersed to that community. And it gets the community involved, where the police officer can continue to do their job. And it's difficult. So I would urge that you support Senate Bill 1 because it shifts the burden on law enforcement to the community that knows where crime is happening and what needs to take place in reference to outside of policing. Police know where crime is happening. They have this system where, you know, there's a red dot that says, okay, there's a lot of crime activity. And so they go over there and they police that community where there's other aspects of safety that are not addressed. This bill is the right approach. It's the right direction at the right time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Every Coloradoan deserves to feel safe in their community. The good senator from Aurora made that comment. I think everybody in this chamber can agree to that. Not questioning that. This is Senate Bill 1, and it's the first bill in a package of bills about public safety. Wonderful. The good senator from Pueblo stood up here and gave us stats about crime in his county and in the city of Pueblo. I think he pretty much made my point about why we don't need the Department of Public Safety to issue requests for proposals to local governments to identify areas where crime is prevalent. Pretty sure he just made that point. Stats are there. Everybody's using them. Just going to remind you again, when I asked in committee, talking, and the Department of Public Safety representative was at the mic talking, he specifically stated, this bill, not the answer to crime prevention. Yet, it's the first bill in a package of bills that are coming forward for public safety, not the answer to crime prevention. Members, I have no doubt that the good senator from Aurora and the good senator from Pueblo County, that they went out and they did stakeholder meetings. I'm sure. My experience has been that the good senator from Aurora does a lot of stakeholders. That's her, like, one of her prime things that she always does. I'm sure she did. But when I asked in committee who asked for the bill, I said, did local governments ask for the bill? The answer was no. Local governments, cities and counties, didn't ask for this bill. And I can tell you, if I was still a county commissioner and the state was going to offer a $10 million grant for something that I'm supposed to already be doing, dang right I'd be supporting this bill. If I can get $10 million out of the state for something that I'm supposed to be doing, absolutely I'd be supporting this bill as a local government official. Why not? Let me just read from the talking points on crime prevention through safer streets. Because many of these ideas no one disagreed with. Concept of crime prevention through environmental design is recognized worldwide as an effective tool in reducing crime. Yep, it's true. Research and case studies have shown that proper and safe design of physical environment can result in lower incidence of crime, certainly traffic issues, increased safety, and overall increased quality of life. Yep, that's true. The reason I know that's true is because in basically every land use code, zoning and subdivision regulations, Local governments avail themselves of these practices. In fact, I asked in committee both of anyone that was from a local government, and I asked of the CCI representative and the CML representative if they had any example where a local government did not use certain design elements, environmental design elements, in their land use code or in their zoning and subdivision regulations to prevent crime. Is there an example where local governments aren't doing that? And the answer was no. They had no example. So let me just read from the fact sheet examples of environmental design that was presented to us in committee. Physical safety measures. The placement of physical features, lighting, and other elements, such as the use of the buildings, fences, pavement, signs, exterior paint colors, street furniture, and landscaping. So the placement of these physical features all are addressed in every local government. That would be 64 counties, 293 municipalities, I believe, somewhere around that number. Every local government, or at least we don't have any example of where there's a local government who is not using these design elements in either their land use code or in their zoning and subdivision regulations. So they're already addressing this. When the good senator from Aurora speaks about let's use different approaches to really make our community safer, I will tell you, and so will CCI and CML tell you, every local government in this state uses these practices to make their community safer. The next one on their fact sheet, access control. The placement of entrances, exits, fencing, landscaping, and other physical design elements to encourage access to an area by its intended users. I will tell you, in every land use hearing, access is one of the issues that gets discussed. There are probably conditions. There are traffic studies that have to be taken into consideration. There are referrals that are sent to the fire districts, to law enforcement agencies, to CDOT. If it's in the case of a county and they're accessing a city road, referrals are sent to the municipality to ensure that the access is put at the most safe location, that it is not impaired by fencing, or landscaping, or any other physical design element, and that they are looking at to ensure that their safety of their community occurs. The next part about access control talks about strategically planning access. Every local government has a planning staff, whether it's in-house or whether they hire consultants. They have planning staff. They have, again, local land use code. They have zoning and subdivision regulations. This is addressed already by the local government. Yes, is it a good approach? Yes. Is it an approach that's not happening? No, it is already happening. Maintenance and property management, another example of environmental design on their fact sheet. Don't disagree that research has shown that graffiti cleanup and trash cleanup interventions are correlated with reduced violence and crime. Don't disagree with that. Of course, nobody showed us any studies actually, but just from my knowledge of being a former local government official, I would say that that's probably accurate. That's true. So I'm not going to disagree with it. This is why local governments have code enforcers. This is why these things are addressed in their code, in their zoning ordinances, in their subdivision regulations, and they have code enforcement officers who are supposed to be going out and who do go out to ensure that people are cleaning up trash, to ensure that graffiti is removed. This is why several municipalities throughout the state have graffiti removal codes, things in their code about that. You know, in committee, a Aurora City Council member, I don't recall her name and I did not write it down. Her name was Angela Lawson. Thank you, Council Member Lawson. Thank you, the good senator from Aurora. Got up and spoke about how she had gone to a community meeting and how So community meetings occur in local governments, just so you know. But how she had gone and how several of her community members have had made discussion or made comment about how they didn't feel safe about certain things in their community. It sounded like a lot of things, but some of it had to do with some of these design elements. When I asked the municipal city councilwoman if she went back to her city council and if they appropriated any funds to deal with the issues, the answer was no. When I asked her if she had any understanding of what was in her budget with regard to improving communities' safety in this manner, she didn't have any idea. When I asked local governments what were their priorities in their communities, if they're not funding safety in their communities, what were their community priorities? I got the answer, economic development. That concerns me, because you would think, and I would think, coming from a local government background, especially in this year and in this last year, you would think that they would say safety in their communities is their #1 priority, and they would have an idea of what they're funding through their own budgets. But they don't. Or at least the people who were there that day did not. So again, members, Senate Bill 1, the first bill in a package of safety crime prevention bills. Yet we're told won't prevent crime. I didn't make that comment on the record. Other people did in committee. And I appreciate that there are other bills coming forward that are going to address training for law enforcement officers. My suggestion would be vote no on this bill. Let's take the $10 million from this and put it towards training officers, law enforcement officers. There are a lot of small communities that could use those dollars to ensure that their officers are trained. I agree totally with that. And I do believe that the good senator from Aurora and the good senator from Pueblo County are trying to help and that they want to do something. This is just not the answer to crime prevention. This is already being done. Local governments do this. They have meetings in their community. They go out and they talk to their neighborhoods. To suggest otherwise is just not accurate. I almost said ridiculous, but it's just not accurate. That's occurring. And here's what else is occurring. In 2021, murders in Colorado nearly doubled, 300 murders in Colorado. In 2021, 38,000 vehicles stolen. If we truly want to do something about public safety, let's move this money over to the training for law enforcement officers, over to the recruitment and retention of more law enforcement officers. And if we truly want to get and have safer streets, then we should get the drug dealers off the streets. I would ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 001.
Senator Buckner.
Uh-oh. Thank you. Just dropped all my stuff. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not quite sure where to start because a lot has been said. I'm hearing from so many people who are texting me, who are listening in on this conversation today, and they want to know if they were in the same committee meeting that some of the others who have spoken today were in. For example, Director Joe Tomey, who is the Director of Public Safety, he has been misquoted over and over and over again. Director Joe Tomey said, "This bill is not the only solution to crime prevention." He said it is not the only bill dealing with crime prevention. This is just one of many ways to prevent crime prevention. And if our community's needs were being met, the way that the good senator from Brighton said, if those funds were being used the way they should have been, we wouldn't need this bill. Well, guess what? We need this bill. We had testimony after testimony in committee about there aren't enough resources to do the things that we want to do in this community safety bill. There just aren't enough funds. My sheriff from Arapahoe County said he didn't need these funds, but he knows a lot of other communities who need it. That's what this is about. Not just one community, but other communities that need these funds. And I know I'm being repetitive when I tell you this. There are other bills coming down the pipeline that are addressing the needs that were discussed today. More law enforcement training, retaining, and hiring. Those are in other bills, not in this particular bill. This bill is one of many tools in the tool shed to reduce crime prevention, with the communities having their say on what works for their communities. It was an amazing committee hearing. CCI saw the desire for this bill and the need for this bill. So did CML and the police chiefs and the city council people and the myriad of people who were there testifying. So let's not lose the purpose of this bill. We're not just giving dollars away. We have thought through this deeply with a lot of experts and a ton of stakeholders for this particular bill. So I am asking for an aye vote on this bill because it is a necessity in our communities.
Senator Gonzalez. There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk, Senator Gonzalez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I want to rise in appreciation for the work from the good senator from Aurora, and an appreciation to the good senator from Pueblo for their intentional, thoughtful approach on addressing the root causes of crime that are impacting our communities across this state, that are impacting my community in Jefferson Park in the north side of Denver, that are impacting too many Coloradans. I was not in the local government committee hearing, but I have listened with interest to today's second reading hearing debate, and I appreciate the nuance and specificity that Senate Bill 1 crafts by saying quite clearly, here are the purposes that are allowable under this grant program. And I also appreciate that Senate Bill 1, given some of the amendments that have been made, is also quite clear about purposes that are not acceptable. There are currently, I believe, 2 exceptions. The first, to clarify that this cannot be utilized to hire law enforcement agents, and a second exception that states that this grant program will not be utilized for facial recognition purposes. That raised a question for me, because I have a critique and concern about the ways in which surveillance is being deployed on, all too often, low-income communities, all too often, communities of color, communities that look like mine. And so with that, I want to raise a concern about one particular form of surveillance, and believe me, there are many other forms of surveillance that also cause me grave concern, but the one that I want to speak about with particularity and distinction today is a program called ShotSpotter. Now, if you go to the ShotSpotter website, they themselves would say that they are a quote-unquote leader in precision policing technology solutions that uses and deploys sensors, algorithms, and artificial intelligence to try to detect where gunshots are happening in neighborhoods. However, this fall, an Associated Press investigation that reviewed thousands of internal documents, emails, presentations, and confidential contracts, along with interviews in communities across the country where ShotSpotter has been deployed, identified a number of serious flaws. And the reason I raise this concern is because my community, Denver, has utilized this program. Now, if you go down the list and if you read the Associated Press article, you will see that this technology and surveillance program has caused great concern and has led to individuals being arrested and detained for months, and then ultimately the cases against them being dismissed due to lack of sufficient evidence. Furthermore, that Associated Press investigation has determined that oftentimes the system itself of ShotSpotter can overlook live gunshots right under its microphones and fire off false alarms when other loud pops, be it a firework or be it a car backfiring, happen nearby. So with that, Mr. Chair, I offer up Amendment L008.
There's an amendment on the desk. Would the clerk please read amendment number L008?
L008.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L008 to Senate Bill 001.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What L008 seeks to do is to add a third exception to the allowable uses of this grant program, because I have deep concerns around this ShotSpotter technology, and the reason that this causes me such grave concern. What L008 does is it, after the exception around facial recognition purposes, it adds a third exception that reads, surveillance programs that utilize networks of sensors to detect gunshots, commonly referred to as a quote-unquote shot spotter program. Why does this matter? Just around Christmas time of 2021, as many of us were just days after Christmas, a mass shooter opened fire in at least 8 different locations, beginning in the city of Denver, and ultimately killed 5 individuals and wounded a Lakewood police officer before he ultimately was killed. ShotSpotter technology has been deployed in Denver. The Denver City Council recently just re-upped its contract. I find that program to be exceptionally problematic because when a mass shooter shot and killed 2 women and wounded a man near East 1st Avenue and Broadway, and then moved to the area of East 12th Avenue and Williams Street in the Cheeseman Park neighborhood, and then moved to the intersection of West 6th Avenue and Cherokee, and then moved to 8th Avenue and Zuni Street, and then drove to Lakewood, that technology did not alert Denver police officers. And so, colleagues, I've had conversations with CML, CCI, and the chiefs. I believe that this is a friendly amendment. But colleagues, if a local municipality wants to utilize such a program, they are absolutely free to do so. But with such limited grant dollars, let's actually utilize programs that will actually keep Coloradans safe. What other communities have found is that ShotSpotter has been faulty, has led to a lot of critique, and I'll stop there, but I do ask for an aye vote on L008.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rise in support of L008. Here's probably the most fascinating part of this job. The good senator from Denver who offered the amendment and I just spent about most of 2 days polar opposites on a completely different issue. Here we are in a different day in a different bill. Totally agree. This isn't about she give up half of what she wants and I give up half of what I want and we meet in the middle, and I talk about we staple one foot to the floor and dance around in a circle and pretend like we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere because we absolutely agree on something. I am no fan of fireworks. I actually like fireworks displays, but I live around undeveloped property. There's a whole big swath of grassland around my community. And when my neighbors start firing off fireworks around 4th of July, I don't typically call the police or anything, try to let them have their peace. Those are illegal. But what I don't like about them is what happened in Superior, Louisville. What I don't want is for a spark to go out into that grassland and the whole community go down. I saw that years ago, I believe it was in Albuquerque, visiting relatives around 4th of July, and that happened, and a whole row of houses were gone. Not anything near what we saw up in the Superior area recently. So is this about fireworks? No, but my friend from Denver mentioned the loud pop of fireworks. I support this amendment because I love freedom and liberty. And that means we've got to keep government confined. Does that mean that I want criminals to have a better chance of getting away? No. What it means is just because we can doesn't mean that we should. And when we get to technologies like facial recognition and ShotSpotter, I think government steps across a line. We also have technology that can read the license plates as you drive through a camera. There's your license plate. Well, doesn't that help us find bad guys? Yes, it could. But it doesn't mean we should. It infringes on freedom and liberty. And that's like the most important thing for us to do as a legislature, representative of the people in a country where their rights are defined first. I know a certain former president of the United States that used the comment that the U.S. Constitution defines negative rights. Maybe that's a perspective of people who want government to have more power than the boss, the people. But I agree with my friend from Denver. I'm not opposed to the company, the computer programmers, the people who figured out the technology, and they probably said, hey, we've got a new product and service, let's go sell it to governments. It's called ShotSpotter. Hey, if you're out there and you're with ShotSpotter, I'm not opposed to what you're trying to do. But I am opposed to our state government saying that your statewide tax dollars should be used to pay for this technology. As my friend said, if a local jurisdiction wants to do this, I probably wouldn't live there. I would probably express opposition to the town council or the commissioners or whatever if they wanted to do this where I live, or I wouldn't live there. But these kinds of technologies, I think, at some point step across the line and begin to infringe on freedom and liberty. And if the folks of a particular community want to celebrate a holiday and it involves some loud pops and bangs, government ought not to pay attention to that. If it's a backfire of an automobile, government ought not pay attention to that. And yes, I understand public safety, if these microphones, if the technology picks up an actual gunshot, shouldn't government know that so they can get emergency personnel headed in that direction quickly? Maybe. But as my friend pointed out, didn't work. Let's not put money into this program. Ask for an aye vote on L008.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Speaking to L008, technology only takes us so far. The reality is technology can leverage and extend capacities that people seek to have happen. In this particular instance, the use of a set of sensors in order to try and identify, was that a gunshot, where did it come from, is a way of leveraging and extending, quite frankly, what the human capacity would be able to do to some certain extent if a person were there. So it's an extension of the leveraging of technology, leveraging the capacity of humans. The reality is, I don't think it fits in this particular bill either. And so I think perhaps it makes sense to amend the bill to take this out. But I don't want to completely dismiss the utility of the technology. For instance, did some research a while back, specifically with regard to the question of school shootings and safety in schools. And some of these technologies in a much more confined environment, in a school building, the capacity to instantaneously identify where the shot was fired in the school when precious seconds, minutes, matter in the protection and saving of people's lives as law enforcement is rolling up on the scene. For them to not have to survey the entire building, try and figure out what's going on inside the lockdown building, but to know it was in Wing A, Hall B. That's where the shot came from, and they can immediately vector in and put human resources, people able to make a judgment, hopefully highly trained human resources, put them into the circumstance with foreknowledge of where the crisis, where the risk, where the threat is. Highly useful, good technology. In a broad community, with the word surveillance associated with it, makes me uncomfortable too. We are a free people in a free society. We must always fight to defend and protect that. That is just the nature of who we are and who we seek to be. So I come back to the point that this particular bill is derivative. It's, I think, several steps removed from what I personally believe we need. We don't need more consultants thinking about how many street lights need to be changed or how the light should cascade a certain way. That needs to happen, and it is happening at the county level. I would prefer to take the $10 million of this bill, put it into training for law enforcement, fewer consultants involved in this next array of policies we create, more cops that are highly trained involved. I think that's probably more beneficial to the results we're seeking, which is safer neighborhoods, less dangerous communities. But to this particular amendment, the leveraging of technology only goes so far. And I think that it does not fit appropriately into this bill to create more surveillance, and therefore I am a mild yes on Amendment L008. There we go. We're grading our votes now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion on L008? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L008. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L008 is adopted. Further discussion on Senate Bill 1. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank everyone for the vigorous conversations and debates we've had today. Senate Bill 1 is extremely important because it's about communities coming together with municipalities and law enforcement to decide what's best for their own communities. That's all this is about. So I'm asking for an aye vote on this very important bill for reducing crime in all of our communities. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 1. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 1 is adopted. Mr. Senatorial 5. All right, we're back. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 7?
Senate Bill 7, Senators Story and Lee, Representative Cutter and Snyder, concerning outreach to the public relating to wildfire risk mitigation practices.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 7 and the associated local government and appropriations reports.
To the Local Government Committee report, Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 7, on this report, we made an adjustment. Sorry, I'm on the wrong report. We made an adjustment. I'm still on the wrong report. Okay. Yep. To provide that when there are additional dollars that the General Assembly could appropriate money to the Prevention and Control Division of Fire Prevention and Control within the Department of Public Safety.
The motion is the adoption of the Local Government Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Local Government Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On this report, there is an appropriation that is made to fund this bill, and we would appreciate that. And it changes the title to add in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Gardner. Is this to the amendment or to the bill? We're not amendment, the Appropriations Committee report. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, one wonders, I mean, this is great and laudable goal, but when you see $595,000, you got to ask yourself, can you not do, people who are required in their regular jobs to be doing wildfire mitigation outreach, do they need another $600,000 to do it? Just asking.
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriation Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Appropriation Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members here with us, I am super excited to be here with my co-prime, the good senator from Colorado Springs, to present this bill before you today. It addresses the critical need to bolster wildfire risk education and outreach to more than half of all Coloradans who live in the wildfire-urban interface. In testimony before our committee, the Wildfire Matters Review Committee, last summer, we heard that raising awareness of the risk faced by residents living in the WUI is paramount to coexisting in a wildfire environment. It was clear that capturing this opportunity to provide more education could yield a significant positive impact on reducing wildfire risk. This bill will enhance outreach efforts to residents in the WUI to help them understand their personal responsibility to prepare their homes and property for wildfires, to share what existing wildfire mitigation resources already exist, and to instruct what to do if wildfire approaches and more. Under the bill, the Colorado State Forest Service will be required to convene a working group that includes the Division of Fire Prevention and Control in the Department of Public Safety and the United States Forest Service. It may also include other local, state, or federal partners and entities engaged in wildfire risk mitigation within the WUI. The working group will consider how best to conduct enhanced Wildfire Awareness Month outreach campaigns in 2023 and 2024, as well as other outreach efforts that inform and motivate residents in the WUI to engage in more wildfire risk mitigation. The working group's considerations will also include how best to distribute educational resources and information and which methods of outreach are most effective in reaching the targeted audience. After considering feedback from the working group and subject to available appropriations, the Forest Service will implement an enhanced Wildfire Awareness Month outreach campaign in conjunction with the Division of Fire Protection and Control and the U.S. Forest Service in 2023 and 24, as well as other outreach efforts. In implementing these outreach efforts, the Forest Service may develop or contract for the development or placement of marketing and educational materials, including videos, direct mail, social media, print media, billboards, and television and radio spots, conduct or contract for educational events targeted to residents in the WUI, retain consultants as necessary to implement all or part of an outreach campaign, make enhancements to the Forest Service's web-based clearinghouse for technical assistance and funding resources, and coordinate with working group partners and other entities to provide links to web-based educational resources. It is vital to the health of and safety of Colorado's communities and forests that we increase our wildfire prevention and preparedness at all levels. This, of course, includes the federal, state, and local levels, but also the individual homeowner and property owner levels. We can best do this by improving and enhancing communication and outreach to the public, with increased attention and resources focused on these efforts. We can make an enormous difference in raising the awareness of the real danger facing our communities and improving the preparedness of our communities. Thank you for your time and attention, and I request your support on this bill, and we look forward to your aye vote.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I endorse the comprehensive discussion of the bill by my co-prime and urge support for it. Thank you.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representing half of Douglas County, the foothills area from Waterton Canyon all the way down to El Paso and Teller County down the southwest corner, there's a lot of WUI to worry about where I live. There are a lot of people who I represent, and my friend who also doesn't live in Parker. Together, we represent a lot of people who live in WUI environments. So we'd be in favor of this bill, right? Well, I can't speak for my colleague, but I'd be in favor of this bill, right? again, boy, an important topic, but let's look at what it actually does. Outside of the 4-month session, we all have regular jobs, and my regular job has been consulting. Who do I consult with? Well, pretty much anybody who's willing to pay me money. This bill proposes to spend out of the 2022-23 fiscal year, that would start July 1st of this year and run through June 30th of next year, $609,419. Okay. So, promoting awareness of programs regarding wildfire mitigation, that's probably a good thing to do. But $609,419 is what we're proposing. And oh, by the way, yet another FTE, 0.9. I don't know who out there wants to get paid to be the 0.9, but we're going to pay for that. Personnel services, 56, almost 57,000. But the one I want to focus on as a consultant is marketing consultant. I can consult on marketing. I've been a marketing director for many, many years out of my career. $100,000. That's a good marketing contract. Yeah. If I could get that contract in 8 months that we're not here, well, for me, it'll be forever because I'm term limited. May 11th will be my last legislative day. $100,000 for a marketing consultant. That's not preventing wildfire. That's not that's not taking some of that material out of your property and delivering it. Down in Douglas County, we've got a great facility. Thank you to Douglas County. Right there in Castle Rock, just north of the Village Inn, there's this great county facility where you can take slash and have it ground up into mulch. Thank you, Douglas County. We don't need a $100,000 marketing consultant to do that. We already do it. So, the $100,000 that we'll use of your taxpayer dollars, people of Colorado, we'll go to hire a marketing consultant. And then there's, out of that $609,419, that would leave $509,419 after we hire and pay the consultant. Then there's $350,000 for outreach materials. Well, that sounds like promoting the program. Well, I suppose, but the next line item, advertising, $75,000. Oh. So we take the $100,000 for the consultant who will probably develop those outreach materials. That's $450,000. Add in another $75,000 for advertising, $5,000 for travel, centrally appropriated costs. There's a good government terminology, bit of government terminology. Centrally appropriated costs. Members, when we look at what this program or what this bill actually proposes, it is to hire a marketing consultant to develop materials to promote what? Is this the first program that we would have regarding wildfire mitigation, or does the state and federal government already have a long list of such programs? This is something that I find frustrating, and maybe it's just because I've been around here too long and I need to go make more money asking people if they'd like to supersize their super meal, Happy Meal or something. I don't know. But you can make more money asking, would you like fries with that, than actually serving here. Maybe I'm just getting old and frustrated, but this seems like a great bill that does what we already do. So we want to spend $609,419 of your taxpayer dollars making communities safer from wildfire. I guess if we were to find out that there aren't existing marketing programs already, then maybe the answer would be yes. But I think my colleague from Weld County might be prepared to come up here and explain some of the programs that the federal government and the state government already have in place. So when we look at how serious wildfire is in Colorado, wow, Hayman Fire, all the wildfires we've had, but recently Superior and Louisville. Nothing like that has happened. With all due respect to my colleagues, my friends from El Paso County, had a huge fire down there. A lot of homes were lost, but nothing like what we saw up in Superior in Louisville. Originally, there was rumor that that was a down power line. Then we heard maybe it was a shed on private property. More recently, I've heard it might have been a coal seam fire. Does $609,419 protect us from coal seam fires? I think the answer is no, especially when so much of it is about marketing materials. With that, Mr. Chair, I would ask respectfully for a no vote on Senate Bill 7. Let's find better ways to protect our communities in WUIs from wildfire. And with that, I hope that my colleagues might shed some light on what programs actually do exist. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I serve on the Local Government Committee, and we heard this bill. It was hard to believe. It was February 1st. And to the good senator, not from Parker, who was talking about programs and so forth, let me give you a couple of, first of all, we heard from Ann Terry, who is the executive director of the Special Districts Association. And we asked her about the special districts, and they already coordinate and they already do these types of programs. And let me give you something specific. I am fortunate that my wife and I, we have a little cabin down in Huerfano County. We've had for a number of years, and it's up in the mountains and so forth. And through the Levita Fire Protection District, as well as the Cachara Water and Sanitation District, for years, they have always been on the job saying, you know, do fire mitigation, trim your trees, don't leave trash around, cut down dead trees. They've already put out little brochures, and it goes out with your bill for your water and sewer and so forth. They do this already and have been doing it for years. And long before we had the Spring Creek fire down in Huerfano County, which until a couple of years ago was the largest wildfire fire in Colorado, or the second largest. It was a huge fire back in 2018. I was down there long before that. They had been preaching to all of the homeowners and everybody in and around Huerfano County and Castilla County and Pueblo County and you know, all surrounding, you know, please make sure that you trim your trees and don't have trees growing up alongside of your buildings, and do all of these preventative measures which are contained in this bill. And so now then, we're ready to spend, as the good senator not from Parker has so eloquently said, another $450,000 or more, really it's closer to $500,000, to tell people what they already know, they already do through multiple programs. So with all due respect, you know, let's, like I had said in the previous bill, if we're going to spend this kind of money, let's spend it for the boots on the ground. Let's give the firefighters and the public safety people, let's give them the equipment that they desperately need, that if and when there is a fire, that they can be right on it and snuff out the fire. They don't need a brochure to put out the fire. They need axes and water and tools that they can jump on the fire and get it out sooner rather than later. A brochure is not needed. A public service announcement is not needed. We need boots on the ground and hardware and good training. That's what puts out fires. With all due respect, I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 7. Thank you.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
May is Wildfire Awareness Month. Did you know that the Colorado State Forest Service, the Colorado Division of Fire Prevention and Control, and the U.S. Forest Service, the Rocky Mountain region, already put together an awareness campaign? And they get money from the feds because there's a national campaign on wildfire awareness. This is just yet one more bill of where we're going to grow government, give an agency more money and more FTE to do what they already do or are supposed to be doing. There are several types of programs and plans and awareness campaigns that are out there. In fact, every local government is mandated by law, including the state, to have an emergency operations plan, to have mitigation plans, to have evacuation plans, to have critical infrastructure plans, to have a communication plan. Fire departments put in plans for defensible spaces. They go out and actually meet with homeowners one-on-one to help them put in plans to make them aware of the issues that they may have surrounding wildfire or other types of fire. Plans are all over the place. Here's the other thing. The Rocky Mountain Insurance Information Association. 95% of homeowners in Colorado have insurance on their property. So there's a significant incentive for insurance companies to do this kind of outreach that this bill talks about. I mean, we talk about how critical it is, but just so you're aware, both the Rocky Mountain Insurance Information Association and the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety offer homeowners detailed fire mitigation strategies. In fact, they offer through information through their disastersafety.org website, and they have a mobile device app, which includes a homeowner survey followed by specific recommended mitigation strategies based on the homeowner's responses. Do we really envision a government working group who's going to go out and develop, I don't know, a social media platform, put together yet one more brochure? Do we really think they're going to do a better job of wildfire mitigation outreach and education than insurance companies? Than fire departments themselves? I mean, if homeowners aren't availing themselves of this type of outreach, do we really think that spending in the next 2 years $820,000 and increasing by another FTE, and oh, by the way, they're anticipating that this will go on because there's a provision in the bill that talks about future, that, you know, there would be future appropriations. So they're anticipating that once we get this in the budget, by gosh, we're going to make sure it stays there. But do we really think that this agency is going to do a better job than the insurance companies in outreach? Do we really think putting together a campaign for Wildfire Awareness Month in May is going to cover it? These homeowners have a personal responsibility. These insurance companies have put it out there. They've given them every tool in the toolbox to avail themselves of, that they can go out and figure out with the insurance companies, with fire departments, detailed fire mitigation strategies. Again, this is just another bill where we're trying to figure out how to spend money and grow government to have agencies, the State Forest Service and other agencies, state agencies, do what they're already supposed to be doing and basically just go spend more money. I'm a no vote on this bill. I hope everyone else is too.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I serve on appropriations, and I see a good deal more bills spending money by serving there than others might. And it always amazes me when we have a bill with a fiscal note that says things like, in the first line, the bill requires the Colorado State Forest Service at the Colorado State University to convene a working group to consider how best to conduct an enhanced Wildfire Awareness Month outreach campaign in 2023 and 2024. I think I've discovered one of the big reasons for wildfires in Colorado. The Colorado State Forest Service needs to know how best to conduct an enhanced Wildfire Awareness Month outreach program. They don't already know, apparently. Well, forgive my admittedly acerbic remarks about this, but really? Really? I was in the House of Representatives and represented the district and neighborhoods of the Waldo Canyon fire. I was there the day the fire broke out, and I did what's really not in my nature that day, which was go to the forward command post because I thought I would be in the way, and I tried to stay out of the way, but my major function that day was to call someone with the Colorado State Forest Service and explain to them how they needed to enter a memorandum of understanding with my local county and get out of the way and let the fire be fought. Now, since that time, most of that responsibility has been moved to the Department of Public Safety. That fire occurred just a few months before, and I thought, it's too bad we didn't put a safety clause on that, because what I found was the Forest Service was in the way of fighting the fire because they were so bureaucratized they couldn't understand that there were people out on the fire line. So the Forest Service may, subject to available appropriations, I guess we need to give them permission to do their job. Develop or contract for the development or placement of marketing and education materials. Now what's really interesting to me about marketing and education materials is people might need to get in the 21st century, because when you look here, the outreach materials are $350,000 of this $600, so half of it, and $110,000 in the next year of the $221,000, half of that as well. Now, I guess this is going to be for mail in your mailbox. You know, a big 8 by 10 postcard. I get home every Friday and I get all the mail that's been piled up, and I got a bunch of those, and I take each and every one of them and I put them in the trash can. I sort of look at it and go, okay, well, I suspect if I get this one, I'll go, yeah, I know about wildfire mitigation. You want to really impress it upon me? My children, who live in the 21st century, say that there's something called, well, I don't know, it's like a neighborhood version of Facebook. And I'm always hearing about all of the car thefts. That's another topic for another time, another bill, but when they happen in my residential neighborhood, we hear about it on social media. I don't get a big a dollar to send it to your front door mail piece. And how many can you really do for $3? You know, this is the conundrum. You want to reach everybody. It's expensive to do. You know, used to be able to do it for 50 cents into the mailbox, probably $1 or more into the mailbox now. So, you know, maybe the budget should be bigger, somebody says. Well, maybe it's the wrong budget and the wrong approach. And maybe hiring one FTE to to staff the working group of people who most likely already have the job to attend meetings just like that. And of course, I always worry, having spent a large amount of my time in bureaucracies, more than I care to remember, while we're all sitting around the table talking about it, who's pruning the trees? Calls to mind when I was a young man in the Air Force, I had a mentor who used to say, "Well, Bob, when all was said and done, more was said than done." And when I see this working group for everybody to get together to consider how best to conduct an enhanced Wildfire Awareness Month outreach campaign in 2023 and 2024, well, I don't know. Maybe somebody ought to have a sit down or a Zoom call and say, well, what did we do in 2021, 2022? Did it work? You know, did anybody have an idea of how to do it a little better? But I guess what we need to do is appropriate $600,000 for somebody to have that Zoom call and say, did anybody have an idea? And by the way, I have endless faith in the ingenuity and imagination of those who work in this area, as I do for so many of our dedicated state employees. But maybe we ought to get out of the way and have one less working group that they're probably, I'm going to venture to guess that they're already doing this. But if we pass a bill and convene and tell them that they convene a working group, what are they going to do? They're going to take the existing working group and rename it so they can comply with the statute? Or they say, we're already doing it, so we won't do that? So then it just proves the point. They didn't need a bill to tell them how to do it. And I'm sure they'll be happy to get an extra $600,000 of taxpayer funds that are taken by force of law from someone's pocket. You may think that sounds overly strong, but that's what taxation is, and it may and is absolutely necessary for legitimate reasons, but we ought to be responsible and ask ourselves, really? Really? I mean, it says, Colorado State Forest Service requires 1.0 FTE to oversee the working group and implement the outreach campaign over a 2-year period. In addition, the Forest Service requires one-time funds of $100,000 to hire a marketing consultant to develop a marketing plan. Well, why not hire one person or contract with one person to do the marketing plan? Not one person to staff the committee to decide who to hire the consultant. You know, I've done a couple of three of these things over the past 2 years of working groups, and I guess it's obligatory that you have a member of the minority party on the selection committee for these things, so somebody gets drafted and turns out to be me from time to time. And we spend endless amount of hours choosing the marketing consultant, so of course nobody passes a bill to compensate me for my additional time. That's my job. That's what I do. I agreed to do it. So I do it. I sometimes wonder why we're taking so long to get it done. We eventually hire the marketing consultant, and they've probably known what they were going to do for months. What are they going to do? They're going to spend $350,000. And as the senator from Weld County as noted, and I know to be the case in El Paso County, we have a whole county department working on this because we had the Waldo Canyon fire and the Black Forest fire, and they're nothing compared to this year's fire. It's not a bad objective. It's an excellent objective. And if we aren't already doing it, and if it isn't already being done, then I would just be aghast, because I believe we have good and dedicated people who care about these things because they live there. And like so many of us, they've personally seen the cost and the tragedies and everything that goes with it, the dangers, the risk. It's not a bad objective. My guess is the Forest Service is already doing their job. I know that my county and city officials are already doing their job because it's their citizens and their livelihood. I don't know what the point of cutting down one more tree to make a bunch of mail pieces to send to maybe 350,000 people along the Front Range when there's millions. Maybe really what we ought to do at the next SMART Act hearing is ask, what is the Forest Service doing, and tell us about your programs. And if we're so smart, maybe we have some questions and suggestions from our citizens about all of it. It's not a bad program. That's not the infirmity here. The infirmity here is that it's just feel good. Think about it. It's one of, as I say, I serve on appropriations. Just one of 25, 50, 100. And $500,000 here and $500,000 there. Pretty soon you're talking about most of the state budget. I ask for no vote.
Senator Lundeen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I represented House District 19 when the Black Forest fire ripped through large swaths of that district. The wildland-urban interface is an issue for many of our districts, certainly something that I know and feel very personally. This bill, however, is misdirected. It's inefficient. It's not going to gain any ground. I think the best summary was, when all was said and done, more was said than done, really describes this bill. Bill requires Colorado State Forest Service at the Colorado State University to convene a working group to consider. And then it goes on to spend a few $100,000 in marketing about this issue that we need to struggle with. Now, we all, as electeds, live in this land of earned media and paid media, at least during our campaign cycles. We do things where we have to pay to get attention on an issue or something we care about, and we do other things where the media will actually say, hey, that was kind of interesting, what that elected said. I'm going to write something about it. The question is, how much is the front page of the Denver Post or the Colorado Sun or the Colorado Springs Gazette, the front page, day after day after day after day worth? Well, it's worth more than $350,000 that this bill would put into actual marketing. How much is the lead story on the nightly news of every TV station in the state of Colorado worth? day after day after day after day. We've been through that. Waldo Canyon, Black Forest, now the Marshall Fire. People are aware. And let me tell you in the real world how this works. And it's a success story. Constituents of mine, after the Black Forest fire ripped through, they came to me and said, our house was saved. So, well, that's wonderful. A little bit of smoke damage, but our house was saved. Well, how did that happen? Well, here's how it happened. We ran into, because some of the firefighters came back to our home after the fire and said, just wanted to check in on you good folks. 2 different nights, we stood with our backs to the walls of your home, defending it, because it was defensible. How did that happen? Here's how that happened. Prior to that evening, when the fire ripped through the Black Forest, months prior, the insurance company had called this constituent and said, hey, if you want us to continue covering your home, you need to do some mitigation. If you don't, we won't be providing insurance for your home. So this constituent did some mitigation work, and the insurance company sent a rep out, and they looked, and they said, okay, close, but not quite yet. The answer, you need to do some additional mitigation. So this constituent did some additional mitigation. And the insurance representative came back out and looked and said, that is what provides a defensible corridor around your home. We are happy to write the insurance on your beautiful home. Congratulations, we like doing business with you. So the marketplace, with an attention to WUI, Wildland Urban Interface, is being responsible to the actual circumstance. And that responsibility extends to the millions and tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars of economic activity that's already happening. $600,000, half of which goes to paying for what should already be being done, and half of which would go to a $300,000 marketing campaign, is minuscule in comparison to the awareness of the issue and the response to that awareness. So, 007 here, good bill number, good bill idea in terms of let's all be attentive to the Wildland Urban Interface, but it approaches it in the wrong way. It says, hi, we're from the government, we're here to help you. We want $600,000, half of which we'll consume, the government, and half of which we'll spend trying to add a little bit of marketing information into something where millions of dollars in awareness has already been raised. I'll be a no vote on 007. It's not because I don't care about the Wildland Urban Interface. I do, deeply. It's just not a good use of taxpayer dollars. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Senator Rankin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll be a no vote on the bill, which might seem strange because I have strained for every dollar that applies to anything to do with wildfire. It probably shouldn't be any surprise to any of you if you remember what my district is, that my constituents are very aware of wildfires. And I think the Front Range is too, because of the smoke that comes over. So I guess the way I think is, after 8 years on the Budget Committee, is, what are the alternatives? If we're spending money here, what would be a better way to spend the same money? Well, wildfire, really, there's a lot to do, and we've made a lot of progress. It starts with forest health. It starts in mitigation around structures and towns, identifying the WUI. Insurance, making sure people have the right insurance. It comes to detection of fires. We've made significant progress, and we need to talk more about that. We are now identifying early hundreds of wildfires using satellite resources and our own enhanced resources from our multi-mission aircraft. So we're identifying fires faster, and we then are stuck with 2 big problems. How do we get firefighters to the fire? How do these local We now depend on our local firefighters. 2 of them were killed last year getting to a fire. One in the fire and one getting to a fire. We probably ought to start a tribute like we do for police officers, for firefighters who are injured or killed in the line of duty. There are 16,000 firefighters. 80% of them are volunteers. They're spread across our state in various ways. Some are, fancy new engines, metropolitan districts. Many of them are rural firefighters. It might be a group of 10 total volunteers or 5 volunteers. When they get a text message, they jump in their truck and head to the fire. So here's the way I would spend $600,000. I would buy more safety equipment for local firefighters. I would give them better communications. I would give them a fund that's dramatically underfunded, which is cancer screening and health support for local firefighters. Those are unfunded issues. We have local fire departments, believe it or not, have 1 respirator for the entire department. It's 20 years old. It takes about $10,000 by California standards to equip a firefighter. Almost none of our local fire departments are adequately equipped with safety equipment and have the ability to get to a fire quickly and put it out. When we have so many unmet needs for supporting our local fire departments and then for watershed restoration, which we need hundreds of thousands of dollars to do, millions actually, until those needs are met, I actually don't think this is a good use of money. I think we should focus those dollars that we have to address wildfire in the areas where most of the needs are. I'll be asking for a lot more money in bills coming along this year. So when I come ask you for $50 million for firefighters or watershed restoration, remember this bill, if it's passed, that could have been applied to those needs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been on a wildfire bill every year I've been up here. Didn't ever really think I'd be asking to vote against a wildfire bill, but there's just a better use for this money. You've heard the Black Forest Fire mentioned a few times. That was the most destructive wildfire in Colorado's history until it was recently surpassed by, I believe it was the Marshall Fire. It was my signature on the form that turned that fire over from the county to the state, and not one moment too soon. I got a ride from downtown Colorado Springs out to the fire in the sheriff's vehicle. We already had evacuation going on, so there's no sense turning on the lights because nobody could go anywhere. However, you are going to be hard-pressed, even before that time, and we've had so many fires since, to reiterate a point that we've heard, you're going to be hard-pressed to find anybody that lives in Awui that doesn't know what they're supposed to be doing with their property. What they don't have is the resources, and I'm disappointed. The good senator from Aspen did not wooey me. Oh, Vail, I'm so sorry. Now I really apologize. But my thought on this money was let's actually put it to where it's accomplishing something. We can't mitigate very many properties with $600,000, but it can be seed money to help folks. However, my good friend from Carbondale just had another list of places where this $600,000 could actually accomplish something that's not being done. Because again, everybody that lives in Awui, they absolutely know what needs to be done with their property. They don't need more education. Please vote no.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to start out by asking your help and asking the Lord to forgive me for praising Boulder County.
I pray for you more than anyone here.
Thank you. Having served on the Wildfire Matters Committee, and for those that have served on that, I went on a tour last year, very enlightening in Boulder County. And the program that they have is the Wildfire Partners is a Boulder County program to help homeowners mitigate their properties and prepare for wildlife. Currently funded by a $1.2 million grant from the Federal Emergency Agency, FEMA, and Boulder County government. The program includes over 2,500 homeowners. Wildfire Partners assist all Boulder County mountain and foothill homeowners. Whether you own a home, old or new, or you have performed mitigation in the past, we can help. We can even support residents who have been difficult obtaining insurance or selling their home. I'm all into job creation and promotion, but I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel here. We are already doing this. So my theory is, rather than spending $600,000 on this proposal, that we spend $600,000 actually doing mitigation, as we have shown in Boulder County. And that was very impressive, because we went on to one of the farms that Boulder County had purchased, and they had shown where the fire came down the mountain, and where they had done the mitigation, the fire burnt out. So I think that is the key. Rather than in promotion of what should be done, let's just put the funding into what we already know should be done. I would certainly support $600,000 into mitigation in the WUI. I don't care where it goes. But just to send $600,000 and a program that is a duplication of what has already been done is a total waste of taxpayers' money, and it is much better used elsewhere. Ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 7, Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to my colleagues for their thoughts on this bill. The Wildfire Matters Committee that met this summer had a series of meetings where we discussed a multitude of ideas, many of which were mentioned today at the well, for things to do to help address wildfires. It is catastrophic what we are facing in Colorado, and this bill, to provide awareness to homeowners of what their responsibilities can be, it's just one of a number of bills. We put money into other bills to provide mitigation activities. We provide money for a lot of other things to reduce the catastrophic consequences of wildfires. But one of the main responsibilities is homeowners themselves doing things. And it might be suggested that all homeowners know what they do to mitigate around their homes. I dissent from that. I live where they're in the WUI. I look around some of my neighbors' properties, and they are not mitigated. They may have been mitigated 5 or 7 years ago, but things have changed. So this is basically a bill to put $600,000 into awareness campaigns to increase the consciousness, to raise the consciousness of homeowners to what needs to be done in their neighborhoods. I would suggest that when we lost these homes in Black Forest in 2013, 486 of them. When we lost in 2012 Waldo Canyon, another 347. The Marshall Fire, 1,100 homes. Any one of those homes would have cost probably $600,000. So this is a lot of money in one sense, but in terms of addressing a part of the problem, it's not a significant amount of money to raise the awareness and consciousness of people to what their responsibilities of their individual homes are. We're going to give money this legislative session to equip firefighters. we're going to provide local money to communities so that they can undertake these efforts. This is just part of a plan to address catastrophic wildfires in Colorado. We ask for your support. Thank you.
There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L002?
Amendment L.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L002.
To the amendment.
Members, it's Ag Day. What this amendment does is makes for part of this bill to go towards agriculture risk practices to reduce climate change. We should do both. We have some money set aside. Let's do this as well as the wildfire assessment, and let's have an assessment for agriculture as well, Mr. Chair.
Any discussion on L002? Senator Lee.
Mr. Chair, does this title fit under the, does this amendment fit under the title of the bill consistent with our discussions of the last couple of days concerning outreach to the public? I'm not sure it's outreach.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and indeed I believe it is outreach, but I withdraw the amendment just and recognize that today is Agriculture Day, and thank you for allowing me to make that point on this bill.
L002 has been rescinded. Senator Lee.
And the senator certainly recognizes the benefits of promotion and outreach and publicity, which is what this bill is about. So thank you for making the point.
Senator Lundeen.
I would acknowledge that the good senator from Sterling does acknowledge and understand the value of outreach and promotion, and the cost of his outreach and promotion was exactly zero, except for a few moments of this body's time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't planning to speak on this bill, but since my beloved Boulder County was referenced, I just wanted to say that Boulder County does go the extra mile to set up programs to protect our folks in the WUI and other areas, and this bill would go a long way because they would be using some of those models. One of my good friends, Kate and Kurt Fowler, lost their home in the Cowwood, and they're in the Mountain Ridge area, and she actually told me, had they had a program like this, giving them more information, if they could have done more ahead of time, they would have done it. So I'm just wanting to let people know that this is the kind of program that really affects everyday citizens in their lives, and we should, I mean, I can't believe that there would be any question about not supporting something like this after what we've seen happen across our state. So thank you, sponsors.
The motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 7. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 7 is adopted. We'll take a senatorial 5. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 153.
Motion is to proceed out of order for the hearing of Senate Bill 153. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 153 will be heard. Mr. President.
Thank you.
Oh.
All right.
Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 153?
Senate Bill 153 by Senator Fenberg, Representative Lontine, concerning increasing internal election security measures.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 153 along with the State Affairs Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the SVMA Committee report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the State Affairs Committee, we made some changes to the bill. We clarified a few pieces. These were largely requests from the county clerks on this bill, and made sure that we provided some waivers at times when it was needed, and ensured that there was more flexibility to implement some of the security protocols in the bill.
The motion is the adoption of the State Veteran Military Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the State Veteran Military Affairs Committee report is adopted. Appropriations Committee report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee report, I believe a simple appropriations amendment was added.
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 153. I'm sure many of you have received, 2 or 3 emails on this in recent weeks. This is a bill that is about our election system. It's not about voter service and polling centers or election watchers or the myriad of issues that we have discussed over the years when it comes to getting our election system to be secure and accessible and clear and transparent for folks. This is about security. This is about making sure that we do have a very secure and, I would say, the gold standard system in this country when it comes to running elections. We have an all options system. Not necessarily all mail, as we sometimes refer to it, but all options, because a voter can vote by mail, a voter can vote in person, a voter can vote early, can vote on election day, can even vote overseas. We have a system that I think we have perfected in many ways. Maybe it's not perfect, but it has evolved and grown and become more perfect over the years. And therefore, we have one of the highest voter turnout rates in the country. And we are looked at as a model for how to do elections right. This bill is about security, but not in the sense of threats coming from a voter, because we do have very good systems in place for that. This is specifically about internal threats. We have obviously seen in the news in recent months, but I would say in recent years, conversations about election administrators being pressured to do things from within their offices to undermine the confidence in our election system, in our very democracy. This bill attempts to address some of those threats. We have seen election administrators who, for one reason or another, have been exploited by people who have political agendas on the outside. We have seen a lot of election administrators not take that bait and instead defend the practices that they conduct within their offices and uphold the sanctity and the transparency and speak truthfully about what our election system is and is not. This bill is about making sure that moving forward, we have security protocols in place to ensure that not only are our elections more secure, but that people have transparency into that security and therefore can have more confidence in our democracy. The emails that I think we've all been receiving, you may have read some of them and others maybe you didn't, but largely are coming from people who feel that our elections are rigged, that they are fraudulent, that the election in 2020 was not real, and that it was stolen from Donald Trump, and have written reports, pages and pages of reports, in their mind to prove it. I hope that most of us can read those reports and that so-called evidence and realize that it is a product of conspiracy theorists. It is a product of people making political gain and at times financial gain from spreading misinformation and distrust in our democracy. There are a lot of issues that we talk about down here that we disagree on. I think the most fundamental issue that I hope we would all agree on is that we should work together to ensure that we have transparent, accessible, free, and fair elections. Because it is at the foundation of everything we care about. It is at the foundation of the issues we all often disagree on. But we should at least agree on that our democracy is sacred and that we want to do everything that is best to secure that democracy. That's what this bill is about. This bill really is ensuring that our elections follow and have and employ basic security protocols, the same security protocols that most businesses follow these days, that most agencies and departments and governments already follow. Some of our smaller counties don't follow those best practices when it comes to security protocols, and this bill helps them get up to speed to follow those best practices by providing technical support and financial support to harden their systems. When I talk about security protocols, I'm talking about security cameras, talking about keycard access to rooms that store voter service equipment so that people can't tamper with it or hack them. I hope we can all agree that that is common sense. The other piece of the bill is around increasing training and qualifications for election officials to make sure that if you're going to run our elections, you have some basic skills and there are resources there to help you understand that technical job. Because if you don't know how to run our elections, or if you are susceptible to conspiracy theorists and to folks that want to undermine our elections, that then undermines our entire state's elections and the system itself. These qualifications and training components include basic trainings around what it means to have security protocols in place, what it means to train your staff that run the elections in election law. It trains them to identify when someone might be trying to hack their voter system, or when someone is trying to internally threaten your democracy, our democracy. This training and this certification process, many would say, and I've read some of the emails, that it is a power grab by the Secretary of State. This certification already exists in statute. It is not new. A designated election official, a county clerk, is already required to be certified to run that election. This simply adds some details of what needs to be included in that curriculum, because current statute is relatively silent and vague about what needs to be included, and to update it to what the existing threat landscape looks like. It also says that a designated election official, yes, they already needed to get certified. Before, under the law, they didn't need to get certified before they ran an election. That seems odd. So you can be a designated election official, you can run an election, as long as you get certified maybe a few weeks before you leave office, you followed the law. That doesn't make sense to me. So this simply says that within 6 months of taking office, or at least before you run an election, you have to be trained on how to run an election. The same training, the same certification process that already exists in law. It changes the 2-year requirement to 6 months. The other piece that it does is if you are someone who is intent on undermining our elections, if you actually tamper with our election equipment, if you take passwords of our secure system and you post it in a chat room, if you, in an unauthorized manner, copy the disk image of our voter system, the architecture, the backbone of how we conduct our democracy, if you take an image of that and put it out there and make it so that that confidential information is spread around the internet, and if you do that maliciously, you should be held to account. And that's what this bill does. It says that if you take those types of actions, if you are keen on undermining our elections, if you threaten the security of all of our votes, you are committing a felony. Most of those actions are already illegal. People recently, I would say, have been conducting those illegal activities, and they have been indicted. This doesn't make those activities illegal. They were already illegal. It increases the penalties for them. There have been concerns about the bill. People say this is a power grab, a consolidation of power by the Secretary of State's office. This bill was largely written by and with the requests of the County Clerks Association. These are the people that run our elections all over the state. They are the ones on the front lines administering our democracy, and they do it very well and with integrity almost every election, almost without exception. They are the ones who came to me and said, we need this bill. There were pieces I had in this bill, and they said, we think that's too soft. We want it to go further. We want those penalties to be more strict because we don't want people in our ranks, our members, doing things that we think are wrong. Because they have faith in our democracy, their job is to defend our democracy, and they want to make sure they don't have members in their ranks that do the opposite. So that's where this bill came from. And I do have an amendment, Mr. Chair, that addresses some of the cleanup and pieces that have come out further from those conversations.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L008?
Amendment L008 by
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L008.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L008 does a handful of things. It is largely a consensus amendment, I would say. I think folks that have been working on this bill have come to agreement on some of these pieces, whether it is the Attorney General's office, the Secretary of State's office, the county clerks, et cetera. Here's what the amendment does. It changes an and to an or. That's probably not the biggest piece of this. It does that twice, though. But it clarifies when the Secretary of State is the sort of party involved. It clarifies when it's the county clerk, when it's the Attorney General. It cleans up some language around disqualifications for someone that could be a designated election official. It's just simply a grammatical error. But then it says that there are exceptions to the requirement on using vote tabulation equipment, and says that if there's a software or hardware problem, you can do a manual count, essentially a hand count. That is already the law, but we wanted to tighten it up and clarify that. It also removes a section that there was some concern over around consolidation of powers and abilities at the Secretary of State's office. It removes, I think it's one of the key sections that has been discussed. I believe it is section 5, 11113. That entire section is now out of the bill. and I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. President, for L008. A couple days ago, the President allowed me an extended moment of personal privilege to talk about process. And Mr. Chairman, with your patience, with your approval, I want to talk a little bit about process relative to L008. There are a lot of people who have emailed us and asked us to oppose Senate Bill 153. I am going to vote no on Senate Bill 153, and the President knows that. I've told him that. But in the process here, we're going to see this amendment, and I believe another, that isn't making the bill good enough for me to vote for it, but it's going to make substantial change to the bill. And that's an important thing to understand about this process. So the President has offered L008 and has offered, explained what it will do. And I believe he will offer another. And I'm going to vote yes on this amendment. And if there's another on that one, I believe it might be 9, but we'll see. But I'm still voting no on the bill. Now, many people, if you're one of these many people and you have emailed me or others and referred to this bill as being unconstitutional, I have heard your voice. I understand your concerns. I am voting no on the bill, even with the amendments. No offense, Mr. President. I don't think he's offended because he already knows that. The unconstitutional argument is what I wanted to explain when we start considering amendments. This is not the first bill that people have pointed out that they believe there's some aspect of the bill as being unconstitutional. In the legislative process, there aren't constitution police that wander the halls and blow a whistle, a referee that says, wait, time out, you can't do that, it's unconstitutional. What branch of our government, state government, same at the federal government, what branch of government determines whether or not a law is unconstitutional? That would be the judicial branch. So this, Senate Bill 153, isn't a law yet. It's a bill. It's a proposal to amend current law or add to current law or take words out of current law. And it's just a bill. It's not a law yet. So can there be an unconstitutional bill? I think it's an interesting discussion, but the legislature is a separate and distinct co-equal branch of government, and the legislature, our one job is to consider bills and then vote yes or no on them. There's not a vote here in our process that says this is unconstitutional. I don't think we should do this. Stop. That would be a no vote. And I can come to the mic and I can explain these things, but I don't get to blow a whistle and say, time out, we're not allowed to pass this bill because I or others might consider some portion of it or all of it to be unconstitutional. So I hope that that's helpful for people outside the Capitol. That doesn't mean that I'm less concerned about Senate Bill 153. No, I share many of your concerns, but just from a process point, I believe that there are people outside the Capitol who are frustrated that we're even discussing this bill because in their minds, some aspect of it or all of it is unconstitutional. We continue to discuss this, and if the bill is passed through both chambers, and then if the governor signs it into law or allows it to become law without a signature, then it becomes law. Then anyone withstanding, and I think because this is the voting, how people of Colorado would vote if this bill becomes law, then probably, I'm not an attorney, you'd have to ask the simple country lawyer from El Paso County, but anyone withstanding in this regard, that's probably anyone who's registered to vote in Colorado or a group thereof, could challenge in court over in the judicial branch whether or not this bill, if it were to become law, whether or not some part of it or all of it in whole, in total, is actually unconstitutional. So I wanted to come to the mic, Mr. Chair, and just explain that to the many dozens, hundreds of people who have expressed that opinion. And just reassure you, we have heard your concerns, but the reason we're not blowing that constitutional whistle and say stop, that actually isn't part of the process. Not to diminish your concerns, but that's why we are debating this bill. That's part of the reason why I will be a yes vote on L008. Mr. President, thanks for hearing those concerns and moving toward change, and ask for an aye vote on L008.
The motion is the adoption of L008. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L008 is adopted. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have another amendment, but before I offer it, I just want to explain. Actually, I'll offer it now, and then I'll speak to it.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 9?
Amendment L0.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L009.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, L009 is very simple. If you look at the bill on page 10, it strikes lines 4 through 16. So that is number 2 in section 8. This is where I think a lot of the consternation has come from in your email inbox. Apologies for that. This is what section that number 2 says, and I'll paraphrase a little bit. No person, while serving as a designated election official, so these are people who are the designated official that administers an election at the county level, shall knowingly or recklessly make, publish, broadcast, circulate, other words for essentially publish, broadcast, or circulate, any false statement for the purposes of promoting misinformation or disinformation related to the administration of elections. And then it defines what knowingly or recklessly means, which is when the person acts in conscious disregard of the truth or falsity of the statement made, published, broadcasted, or circulated. Essentially what this is saying is if you are a designated election administrator, which is not necessarily a county clerk. A county clerk can designate somebody else as being the designated election official. While you are serving in that duty, you can't do something that is counter to the job that you have taken on. Meaning, if your job is to uphold the security of an election, you can't lie to people about that job that you have. You can't intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly, with conscious disregard for the truth, promote false information for the purposes of misinforming somebody. So it's not like you made an accident and you said, oh, the polling place is open till 8 o'clock, not 7 o'clock, and oh, you just made a mistake. It is if you did it in conscious disregard for the purposes of misinforming about the job you were hired to do. It's not a disqualifier to run for that position. It's not even a disqualifier while you're in the position, meaning it doesn't say, and if you do this, the truth police will come find you and rip you out of your house and fire you. It just says if this is your job, you probably shouldn't lie to people for the purposes of misinforming them. I think we're allowed to do that as politicians. I don't think a civil servant should be able to do that about the actual job they were hired to perform. I think we should all agree that this is common sense. It's a sad day that I had to even put this in the bill, I think. But what L009 does is it strikes it from the bill. It removes that from the bill, to be abundantly clear. I think it's unfortunate because I think if you actually read the letter of that section, I think we all, if you remove politics, we probably all agree. But of course, you can't remove politics from this building, as much as we often try. And it has clearly created confusion. When people say this bill is unconstitutional, I think they're probably pointing to this. I don't think it is unconstitutional, but I'm fine taking it out because I don't think it's enforceable anyways in the first place. There's no enforcement mechanism. The other thing I would say is it's based on existing law. I didn't make this up. There is an existing statute that is almost word for word, and you know who it applies to? Everyone. You, me, a voter, a designated election official, anyone. It says you cannot lie knowingly with conscious disregard for the truth about a ballot measure or a candidate. Of course, we have all seen many lies about ballot measures and candidates, and nobody has ever used that section of statute as the truth police to say that they need to be punished. Meaning, I think it's a value statement and not something that is all that enforceable. And that's why I'm okay taking it out. I am sad, to be totally honest, that we can't all agree that an election official shouldn't lie to their constituents. But with that said, because I want to focus on the pieces of the bill that I think are important and are not just about value statements and are instead about security cameras and who should have access to a confidential voter database and who shouldn't, et cetera, I am more than willing to remove this section to make sure we can focus on what's important here. And I ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the other amendment I thought might be coming. Mr. President, thanks for sharing insight on L008 and L009 before we got started. Going to ask for an aye vote on L009. I agree with the President. I think this is the section, page 10 of the introduced version of the bill, page 10, lines 4 through 16. I agree with him. I believe this is the most likely section that people who have said unconstitutional, that's probably the primary place that they've been looking in the bill. So thank you for L009 and striking lines 4 through 16 on page 10 from the bill. So that won't be in the next version of the bill. Process guy, the professor. For those who haven't done this much or before, this first version that we're working on, the copy of the bill that went to committee and is now being considered on second reading, it's called the introduced version. It has the word introduced right here. Tomorrow you'll be able to download the next version. On the website, it's a button that says recent bill text. You'll click on that and it won't say introduced anymore. It'll have a strange word called engrossed. The engrossed version of the bill will be the next version of the bill, and it will include the language in both of the committee reports. There's a committee report from State Veterans and Military Affairs, and there's a committee report from Appropriations. So we're going to take all this, staff does it, we don't actually do it, and take this bill and make those changes. But now it's also going to have the change from L008 and L009, assuming the amendments are adopted. And what L009 will do is take out, in the introduced version, page 10, lines 4 through 16. And that will be a better bill. I'll still vote no. But just so you understand the process, don't mean to insult anyone who does understand the process, but if this is new to you, you might be looking at the website and wondering, where can I get that? It's not there yet. We have to adopt these changes, and we're about to vote on the amendment, but later we're going to adopt the reports of the Committee of the Whole. CAL, that's what we're doing now, Committee of the Whole. Once we do that, then staff can start making those changes. They'll upload the next version of the bill, probably later today, but certainly by tomorrow morning, you'll be able to click on recent bill text and you will get a new version of Senate Bill 22-153. And if this amendment passes, the language that is currently on the introduced version, page 10, lines 4 through 16, if this amendment passes, that won't be there. Why is that important? For the hundreds of people who have advocated against this bill by email and telephone. And a few mornings ago, we had dozens or maybe 100 people passing out copies of a sort of petition that they had put together, expressing concerns. Folks, if you are here or advocating online, I want you to understand that your voice has been heard. You are affecting change. I think the bill's going to pass, but with my no vote. But I just want to say thank you for your advocacy. Thank you, Mr. President. He has expressed he doesn't really want to take this section out, but I'm glad he is. I'm grateful that he is. I'll still be a no vote on the bill, but ask for an aye vote on L009, and thank you to the people of Colorado who have advocated for that change.
Motion is the adoption of L009. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L009 is adopted. To the bill, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, those are the two amendments that I was intending to run. I think hopefully any conversation we have from this point forward are about the bill as amended. This bill now, I think, is clear on duties and responsibilities, requirements of the Secretary of State, of county clerks, of the Attorney General, and they are in their appropriate places. This bill genuinely is meant to ensure we don't have security breaches or rogue actors within our election administrative system who either intentionally or because they have been misinformed or been taken advantage of by somebody with a different agenda, that they are not threatening our democracy. I hope this isn't a partisan concern. But this bill is not about our current Secretary of State. This bill is not about any particular county clerk, actually. This bill is making sure that we are taking every precaution we can to ensure that our voting system, the components behind it, where equipment is stored, and the practices of election administrators are done in a way that we can all have confidence, as much as possible, that are being done with integrity and that they're being done to secure all of our voices in our democratic process. I understand, because I've gotten probably every email you've gotten and then some, and I got a whole stack of, I don't know what it was, a summons or a petition, or I forget what they call it, a notice of the fact that I'm going to prison is the email I got last night. It's nice that they provided notice, at least. I think we are living in very scary times when it comes to the conversations around our elections. When you look at what's going on in places like Ukraine, we have a democracy. We have free and fair and transparent elections. We should celebrate that, and we should work together as much as possible to strengthen it. And we will disagree at times on what that means, whether that's more strict voter ID or whether it's more or fewer voting locations, et cetera. Those are fine and reasonable discussions and disagreements. This one is about making sure we have basic security protocols in place, and that those who run our elections do it with integrity and are trained to do so. I know there is a contingent out there that is very vociferous in their approach and are convinced that our elections have been stolen. I don't agree with them, but I get it. They genuinely believe it, is what it seems to me. I hope we don't have a conversation about this bill this afternoon to satisfy those people, to court them. I hope we can have a debate and a conversation around if it's the right security protocol. And I understand many of them are your constituents, and they are my constituents as well. But we should have the courage and confidence in our democracy and in our institutions to say, a lot of that stuff that you sent me in an email, that notice you provided me, I know you believe it, but I don't think it's true. And I think actually, all of us in this room probably agree with that statement. And I hope we can say that instead of saying, this bill is unconstitutional, it is a power grab, it doesn't allow us to do a forensic audit of our system, and therefore it is bad policy. If that's how you feel, that's fine. But let's not have a conversation according to the fringes of this debate, but let's have it about how to ensure collectively we can have confidence in the integrity of our elections. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Lunding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we had an extended debate over the last couple of days around a very philosophical issue, an issue that should not be political at all. It was a discussion around the choices of pro-life, pro-choice, life, and death. This particular discussion is a very political discussion. It's about the management of the electoral process, and there is nothing more political than our electoral process. There are differences of philosophies in how we approach this. Generally, one side of this chamber believes in centralizing authority, centralizing power, giving, in fact, government the ability to make sure things are safe, make sure things are secure. The other side of the aisle, the side I participate on, is more about individual freedom, liberty, distributed authority so that checks and balances across different levels of government have the ability to keep us, in fact, safe and secure and free. That is what's at heart of this particular debate and this particular bill. Now, I do appreciate the amendments that have been offered. They've been offered just in the last few minutes. They were visible earlier as we were dealing in debate on other bills. So I have not personally had the opportunity to look closely at exactly what those amendments do. The one is pretty obvious. It just strikes a section of the bill that was a very problematic section of the bill. The other one's got more moving parts. But I think it's really important that we understand that when legislation is offered, when we draft legislation, we lay down the marker for where we believe we would like to go with regard to the policy perspective. And a very clear, and I think frankly very disturbing marker was laid down with this bill as introduced and as passed through its first committee, now arriving on this floor for further debate and further amendment. The marker that was laid down dramatically increases the power of the Secretary of State, diminished by some of the amendments, but still the impulse, the impetus, the desire is to put more power in the Secretary of State's hand. It also fundamentally changes the power of the Secretary of State. It gives the Secretary of State, instead of enforcement of laws as identified and adjudicated and perhaps injuncted or behavior stopped or called illegal by the Attorney General, it gives the Secretary of State the authority to make those judgments. It leads potentially to, and as I understand it, this particular section may have been amended out of the bill, but it leads us to a dystopian future where someone who is about to commit a breach or neglect of duty. So looking into the future, this is kind of that, remember the movie Minority Report, where somebody thought and could perceive into the future what someone might do, and therefore was able to send law enforcement to interrupt that person from doing that which that person might do. It gives that sort of authority, as drafted, as introduced into this chamber for second readings, the Secretary of the State to make that judgment and to take that step. Now, you heard that there are many elements of the training that are required that pre-exist, but additional details will be allowed to be created as we would go forward with this bill, even as amended, and therefore my continuing opposition to the Secretary of State to put details into place that are requirements then for the county clerks. So what that does, it creates a construct where we have one state elected official having authority over 64 other elected officials. So you get into conflict there. And when people say there are unconstitutional aspects of this bill, certainly there was an infringement on speech of elected officials in a section that may now have been dropped. I believe Section 8 has been taken out of the bill. But the reality is, in any situation where you have a state elected official creating requirements upon locally elected officials, training, you may not do your job, you're required to do your job in this way, it impedes and intrudes into that locally elected officials' individual authority and responsibilities for the office for which they are elected. It is said that power corrupts, and we've all seen that. And it is also said that absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that is perhaps the most insidious part of the intention of this bill as brought into this chamber at this point in the debate. Giving greater authority, some would argue extra constitutional authority, to a member of state government. So I will pause at this point. I know there's some additional amendments that are going to be offered. Resolute in my opposition to the bill, grateful for some changes that improve the bill, but they are inadequate to preserving, I believe, freedom, liberty, and distributed authority as created for the purpose of checks and balances among various levels of government. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Sonnenberg. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L005?
Amendment L005.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L005.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is actually a very simple amendment as we talk about the curriculum and training that these clerks need to go to and will be required to do so in the bill. Shouldn't we be transparent about what they're learning? What that means is the curriculum, and what this bill or what this amendment does is says that curriculum will be open to the public so the public knows what they're being taught during this training session, and that actually the public can attend these training sessions by paying a minimal fee for materials or things like that to be covered. I think it's a simple transparency issue that we should allow the public to know indeed what the clerks are being taught, no matter who the Secretary of State is, no matter who is doing the training. That should be public knowledge. Ask for your aye vote.
Any further discussion on L005? Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the first I've seen this. It wasn't offered in committee. I think these courses are already subject to the Colorado Open Records Act. So I don't have a problem with restating what's already, I think, the law, because they are public records. Some of this curriculum and training, I think, is currently done in person. So not all of it is a record necessarily. So my question here really is, if I get the intention, I'm okay with it. I don't know if it's written in a way that makes sense with how it's actually conducted. It may be, but I haven't had a chance to talk to those who actually run this training to know if this is how they would, if they were okay, whether they're okay or not with the intention of the amendment, if this is how it should be written for them to know how to implement it. So I question accepting it on the fly, to be completely honest, but I don't have any fundamental problem with the concept behind it. Perhaps it's something we could continue working on, given that it is the first chamber, and if there's something to do here in a way that makes more sense, we could do it on third reading. I'm I'm not really sure what I'm asking you to do. Vote yes, vote no. I think it's already the law, but it's potentially confusing how it's written in terms of how they would actually implement it.
We're good. Nope.
Do what you will.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Given that very eloquent speech by the president and where it was non-committal, I would urge an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Look at that. The noes have it, and L005 is lost. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read L006?
L00.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L006.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All this amendment does is moves the threshold for counties on the transparency issue on the requirements for the security to 20,000. I think it's actually appropriate to have even the smaller counties where we have had maybe had some issues that they be included as well. So I would ask for your aye vote there.
Any further discussion on L006? Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just trying to follow. So this is about elected officials not being able to handle voting equipment because they could sometimes be the candidate. And usually, I believe, just trying to understand what this does here, it is best practice that they are not handling that equipment by themselves, but in accompaniment with someone who is authorized to handle it. That is the case currently for counties or subdivisions, not just counties, of populations of 100,000 or more. I think the thinking there is that, and that is current law. So just to clarify, this is decreasing oversight, not increasing it.
The other way.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, you don't have to leave. Actually, what it's doing is increasing oversight for even smaller counties that have less than 100,000 population. So those clerks or those people could not handle that election information that may fall under that same category. It would actually include more of my rural counties as well, which probably will bring ire from them, but I think it's appropriate.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm understanding what it does, and I think the counties who are really not going to like this are your counties, Senator, but to each their own. But I think this part was very much based on feedback from the county clerks and the county commissions, and so I would be hesitant to accept this before getting their input, as this was something that they asked for in terms of who it applies to, and it could be onerous because some of these counties may have literally one employee. So it's difficult for them to make sure there's someone else in the room if they're the only one. Or they could just grab a random person from, the sanitation department to be there, I guess. But it wouldn't make sense because some counties just don't have the sophisticated offices to be able to accommodate this.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The counties that you're talking about that may have one employee would be those smaller than 20,000. For example, there's probably 4, 5, maybe 6 counties on the entire Eastern Plains that would reach that threshold of 20,000 or more. 3 of my 11 counties would meet that. That would be Morgan County, Logan County, and they indeed have more. Oh, actually, Weld County is part of mine as well. They obviously would be above the 100,000 aspect, but I was talking the difference between the 20 and 100. And yes, It probably doesn't ring favor. It will make them have a little more work. But if we're truly going to be transparent, if we truly want the safety, I think this is a valuable amendment. If you don't support it, I understand completely. We can continue to work on it. And I understand if the clerks haven't weighed in and they came up with the number 100,000, I get that as well. I'm just looking for us to try and be consistent, and I think even though it probably hurts or makes more work for my rural counties, I think it's an appropriate amendment.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did hear, in regards to this bill, we heard about the strong, forceful hand of government, of state government, on our distributed election system for those county administrators. I, for one, oppose the war on rural Colorado. And I don't want the strong hand of our state to dictate what happens in our small rural communities. In all seriousness, I get what is happening here. This is an existing threshold. It was probably put into statute for a reason. And so I question amending it on the fly like this. Happy to have conversations, but in all seriousness, it would apply to more counties that really probably aren't ready for that and would prefer to have this exemption. So I ask for a no vote.
Senator Lundin.
This is a good amendment. I think it does, in fact, increase transparency. I urge your support.
The motion is the adoption of L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L006 is lost. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L007?
Amendment L007.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L007.
To the amendment.
Thank you. L007 sets up, rather than having the Secretary of State have exclusive power, sets up a election, what is it called? Election board. There you go. Thank you. It was in the black highlighted letters. Let alone I forget about that. It sets up an election board so that the two parties can each appoint someone to this election board, so it's not controlled by one person, not controlled solely by the Secretary of State. I would ask for your support of L007 to have more than one person in charge. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think this fits under the title. I don't know if it's worth going through a title ruling on this, but the bill is about increasing internal election security measures. This would actually put more political appointees on the state board of election or state election board. I don't know how it serves that purpose. I also think this is probably a departure from existing law and think it should be vetted and discussed amongst impacted parties before we amend it into this bill. Ask for a no vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support Amendment L007. The bill has this impulse to centralize, bring things together, put them in the hands of a singular authority, judge, jury, executioner in many ways. And we'll talk more about that in a few minutes. This amendment simply says, hang on, not so fast. Let's distribute authority. Let's make sure we got more eyes looking at this. Let's provide some checks and balances. I urge your support of Amendment L007.
Any other discussion on L007? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L007. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L007 is lost. There is no amendment. Look at that. Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the bill sponsors offered up a couple significant amendments that to deal with a couple of the big sections of the bill. They improve the bill. They make, in my opinion, a bad bill a little bit less bad, but does not get to where we need to go. Senate Bill 153 is a marker for increased centralization of authority in the hands of a single elected government official and takes away the distributed authority, the checks and balances we have in the current system. It dramatically reshapes, even as amended, the Department of State by endowing the department with powers that turn it and the Secretary of State into an improper, in my opinion, hybrid of prosecutor of law and enforcer of law. Section 4 gives the Secretary of State the power to take injunctive action against persons that violate any provision of state election law. This is a significant departure from current law, under which the Attorney General, currently a law enforcement officer, has the power to bring injunctive actions against violators, and the Secretary of State is charged with then enforcing election law. This is one of those moments where we in America argue for you're innocent until proven guilty. You have the opportunity not to be confronted by a judge, jury, and executioner, but a jury of your peers, an actual protection of your rights as an individual. This consolidates power and intrudes upon that, giving authority that moves toward the concept of judge, jury, and executioner. Furthermore, the bill eliminates the right to appellate review in these matters, only allowing an issue to go straight to the Supreme Court for a challenge at its discretion. Section 4 also gives the Secretary of State and any coordinated election official the ability to file a petition in district court alleging that a person charged with a duty under state election law has breached such duty or has committed another wrongful act. Under current law, this power is reserved to private citizens in cases where a controversy has arisen between an election official and any candidate, officers of a political party, persons who have made nominations, or an eligible elector. This consolidates it into the hands of government. This section presents a vision of the Department of State that wields both prosecutorial and enforcement powers in matters of election law. While the granting of such powers to the department is unprecedented, we should also note that the role of prosecutor and enforcer are traditionally held separately in the American legal system. In both senses, the powers granted to the Secretary of State are unprecedented. Enormous concentration of scope and type of power. The bill undermines our democratic process and system of government by subjecting duly elected county clerks and recorders to training requirements before they may execute the duties they were elected to fulfill. Now you're going to hear, oh, but that already exists in law. It does already exist in law, but it's going to be given more detail, and who writes the detail? The Secretary of State. An elected official holding greater authority and power over other elected officials. Numerous areas of state law make clear that a coordinated election official or designated election official is a function that should be undertaken by the county clerk and recorder. Section 6 of the bill seems to undermine that intent in our state law and the historical precedent of clerks and recorders serving these functions by requiring that duly elected clerks complete a certification program in order to carry out their duties as election officials. And again, I will point out that it's the changes potentially in that certification program driven by the Secretary of State that are particularly troublesome. While it's true that state law does not unconditionally endow clerks and recorders with the power to oversee elections, it's also true that the people of Colorado elect their clerks with the understanding that these officials will serve as the official in charge of elections in their county. Generally, the General Assembly should respect Coloradans' historical understanding of the role of clerk and recorder. The idea that a duly elected clerk would be disqualified from serving as an elections official for their county purely on the basis of their refusal to attend a certification court as amended and changed by the Secretary of State is an offense to democracy. Some may argue that the state law requires candidates for specific elected officials to hold certain credentials. The Attorney General is required to be a licensed attorney. County surveyor must be a professional land surveyor, etc. And that certification requirement in Section 6 mirrors others in law. Not so fast, bucko. At issue here is not a national or internationally recognized professional credential, but a certification program developed and delivered by a partisan politician for which state law does not provide specific standards governing the program's curriculum, nor the qualifications of the program's instructors. It could theoretically become simply a training program for an ideological perspective. Now, we would hopefully catch that and object to that and restrain that in this body, but you don't know, and when you centralize that power and that authority, it becomes a risk. The Secretary of State, again, a partisan elected official, is effectively given full authority to define the program's content and is not in any way required to base the program on widely accepted standards pertaining to the administration of elections. There can be no comparison between a person being required to hold a professional degree or credential from a professional association and a requirement that a vaguely defined training course which offers no degrees or credentials and is not recognized by any accreditation body inside or outside the state of Colorado. Now, Section 8, which was especially troublesome, had opponents on the right and opponents on the left. The ACLU even said, this is bad juju, don't do this. As I understand the amendments that have been offered on the fly here on second reading, that section is struck. So we'll suspend comments on that because, boy, everybody was piling in. From the far left, the far right, and everybody in the middle was saying, probably not a great idea. Section 10 remains largely intact. Several mandates in the bill are a clear violation of local control and impose considerable costs on local governments. We prize here in the West the protection of distributed authority. It's how we've survived for generations. Section 10 requires the governing bodies of most political subdivisions to adopt an electronic or electromechanical voting system to be used for tabulating votes in all elections. That is an open question among the populace today. In many elections across the state today, should the ballots be paper and hand counted, or should they be electromechanical or handled by an electrical voting system? The people are open to this discussion, but this bill would take that discussion away from them. It would say you have no choice. You, the people, can't do that. We, the government, are telling you how to do it. I object to that. Many communities in this state do not trust certain brands of voting machines. They should have, in fact, the ability to manage that question, evaluate and vet the decisions they make at an appropriate level. Section 12 largely remains intact and is problematic. It requires by June 30th of 2023 the designated election official to keep all of the components of a voting system in a location where the entry is controlled by a use of a keycard access system, and that a log created by the system is maintained as an election record for 25 months following the date of entry. County clerk may seek exemption from the Secretary of State based on historical building status or similar physical limitations if it can be demonstrated that an alternative security system is in place. So a modicum of flexibility there based on historical buildings. But Section 12 also requires that by June of 2023, the designated election official to keep all components of a voting system under video surveillance, security, and recorded in a way that that video is captured 60 days before and 30 days following an election and maintained as an election record for 25 months following the election. Now, the reality is this is a heavy mandate, good, bad, or otherwise. It's a heavy mandate being dropped on the head of counties without adequate funding. These mandates would necessitate in some counties, that's not such an easy word to say at times, especially at 1:30 in a morning debate. Fair enough. The mandates would necessitate significant purchases, upgrades, capital expenditures that are not provided for and funded by state government as it intrudes into local government. Also, Section 13 remains largely intact, and it's a problem. Again, an intrusion of state power into local election authority and an upsetting of the apple cart of the way we have managed our elections forever. It would allow the Secretary of State, again, that partisan elected official, whether Republican or Democrat, it's still a partisan elected official, the ability to usurp the authority of the canvassing board in a county when the board is unable to or does not certify the abstract of votes for any reason by the deadline for the county to do so. Gives that Secretary of State the ability to step in and say, you are no longer allowed to sort this out on your own, I will make the decision. And the Secretary of State would then be allowed to certify the votes of the canvassing board. It's an egregious violation of local control. So we have still remaining before us a less bad bill as amended, and I look forward to reading carefully the engrossed version of the bill that we will see tomorrow to see what has come out, what still is in. I've just recited for you multiple sections that are largely still intact, largely still problematic, difficult for me to accept. I am a strenuous no on 153, just breathtaking no as introduced. Strenuous no still as amended in the course of this on-the-fly second reading debate. My greatest concern is that it lays down a marker. It says it is the will of the General Assembly of Colorado to take authority from the localities and from the people and roll it up into a singular state elected official in a way that is antithetical to who we are as a free people governing themselves. So I urge your opposition to Senate Bill 153.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You got it. Senator Smallwood.
I can just do a package deal at the end.
Wrap it all up. Wrap it all up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks to my colleague from El Paso County for saying about 90% of the things I was going to say. So we'll get to spare you colleagues from extra time up here. First of all, to the President, personally speaking, a couple of words of advice. One, don't admit to this body that you're sad. You will hopefully not pay the price for that on social media like I did earlier this week. And thank you for coming to the middle, which is also something that I learned can be painful this week. So I do want to commend you for probably eliminating another 20 or 30% of what I was going to discuss today, because unlike bills that we've heard earlier this week, I do like the first few sentences, and I agree with those. When we talk about elections must continue to be free and fair in the state of Colorado, couldn't agree more. I think that's fantastic. I get lost in this bill fairly quickly when we start to be vague around words like misinformation and disinformation. And I think no matter which party you're a member of, or if you're a member of any party at all, when any of us in government purport to tell you what is fact and what is misinformation, what is false and what is disinformation, right away things get a little scary no matter which party you're in. I understand right now what the political landscape looks like and what it has looked like. We had a Republican president lose and a Democrat president win. We had a Republican Secretary of State lose and a Democrat Secretary of State win. But colleagues, I'm 51 years old, and I remember lots of times where that wasn't the case. The roles were very, very much reversed. And so I try to imagine a world where a Democrat president has just lost an election, and the Republican Secretary of State, Wayne Williams, consults with the Republican Attorney General, Cynthia Kaufman, talking about how the county clerk, do I have any of my colleagues from Boulder here left? Molly, county clerk in Boulder? Yeah.
Molly Fitzpatrick.
Molly Fitzpatrick. Thank you. The good president. Molly Fitzpatrick says something hypothetically, this is all hypothetical, of course, those listening, about an election in Georgia or Florida or someplace else where hypothetically she might be concerned about that. And the Republican Secretary of State consults with the Republican Attorney General. And somebody like me is running this bill. Oh my gosh. What would we be hearing about that today if that were the case? This is bipartisanly bad. When that person feels like they're providing facts. Pick a topic. Voter intimidation. Voter oppression, perhaps. And somebody, a county clerk, goes on the record or stands in front of a group and proclaims that to be the truth. Because in his or her mind, it probably is the truth, or possibly is the truth. That we could now then have that person's authority, what the electors in, let's say, hypothetically, Boulder County wanted in that person, the things that they had heard from that person that got that person elected, that now folks from the opposite party can come and usurp their authority and sort of take over the election for that county. Seems scary to me. So again, I'm happy to give credit where credit's due, and the bill sponsors definitely did, I think, great work in eliminating the section, the big part in Section 8 that caused me the most concern, where we were talking about no person while serving as a designated election official for a county or coordinated election official, or while acting at the direction of such, and by the way, I'm saying this because there are people listening that want to make sure I'm addressing the proper section. Acting at the direction of such official shall knowingly or recklessly make, publish, broadcast, or circulate, or cause to be made, published, broadcasted, or circulated any letter, electronic posting, circular, advertisement, or poster, or in any other communication, any false statement for the purposes of promoting misinformation or disinformation related to the administration of elections, broadly, elections. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, for purposes of this section, a person acts recklessly when the person acts in conscious disregard of the truth or falsity of the statement made, published, broadcasted, or circulated. That, colleagues, freaks a lot of people out. It freaks people out on both sides of the aisle, and it freaks people out no matter who you supported for president last go around. I've had conversations, I'm not talking about robo emails. I've had conversations, one-on-one conversations with people from both parties about this section, about people who definitely were not the president, I believe mentioned President Trump. Trust me, these people were not Trump supporters that I talked to who have a huge problem with this section. So the fact that this section is removed helps, but this is the Senate. This is the first chamber. This bill has a long way to go before it does or does not become law. And just as we hopefully will remove this section today, it just as easily can get added back in by our colleagues in the other chamber. So those following this bill, and you know who you are, this does not mean that removing this is set in stone once it happens today. Sadly, or maybe not sadly, that's not the way bills travel through. So again, kudos to the bill sponsor for removing that. I hope it stays out. As my colleague from El Paso County said, it makes a bad bill better. It doesn't make me sad at all to see it removed. And it shouldn't make you sad, no matter what party you're in. You don't want the roles to be flipped in this for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. This is equally as bad for Democrats as it will be for Republicans after the next few election cycles. I'm very confident in that. So the last couple pieces that I would encourage the bill sponsors to make some progress on and to continue to, in what I feel is a very good faith manner, come to the middle on this. I would have you look at page 13, line items 9 through 11. And we had the bill, we have a committee report, we've had several amendments. So I'm going to be the first to confess to all of you that some of these things might have gotten snuck out, and I haven't noticed that. And if so, would appreciate the bill sponsor maybe letting me know that we don't have anything to worry about on these items either, at least not in this chamber. So when we talk about page 12, before we get to page 13, everything under voting equipment security. So section 12, we're in Title I through all of this type of stuff. Then we get to page 13, lines 9 through 11. The Secretary of State, and this is new language, so this isn't law today. The Secretary of State may promulgate rules necessary for the implementation of this section in accordance with Article 4 of Section of Title 24. So, I was thinking, what is Article 4 in Title 24? It's a lot. It's a lot. The power that we're now giving the Secretary of State with just that one sentence is over 100 pages of statute. Over 100 pages. Rulemaking, mandatory review of rules, rulemaking. Here's the one that I'm concerned with a little bit. Licenses, issuance, suspension, revocation, renewals, permits, the analysis of non-compliance with department rules, the hearings, determinations, judicial review, everything that is in Article 4 of Title 24, we're now saying, forget what's in statute today. The Secretary of State moving forward can promulgate all the rules around this that he or she would like to promulgate. That seems broad, and I don't know where the bill sponsors are necessarily going with this. Meaning, if we want the Secretary of State to be able to make some rules around it, I'm one that would feel comfortable knowing which rules. Do we really want them to now have newfound control over hearings, determinations, the revocation of licenses around that. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, I'm thinking the bill sponsor may not have really wanted all of that to be in there. And if we can tighten up that language, as we have with the areas in Section 8 that I was concerned about, that would help me a lot. And it seems to be technical, right? I don't think this is violating the spirit of what the bill sponsors would like to see on this. I would hope to think that the bill sponsors don't want the Secretary of State, no matter who that person might be for the next nearly 150 years, to necessarily have all of those powers. So to see that language tightened up, for me, if possible, would help. And on that same page, page 13, if we continue to go down, when we're talking about the imperfect return, so this is a brand new section that we will be adding that says that if a majority of a canvass board in a county is unable to or does not certify the abstract of votes for any reason. And that should have people pause. Because it goes on after that, I won't bore you with that, to say, in my opinion, Secretary of State takes over. And forget about your elected county clerk. There was an inability to certify these abstract of votes for any reason. I've signed a lot of contracts in my life in business. And if there's something you can get in a contract, I don't know where my other attorney colleagues are, you can weigh in on this. If I'm able to write a contract that says for any reason in it, or that says in my sole discretion, lawyers, right? Are you with me? That's a winner of a contract. For any reason or in my sole discretion. And I view that as what we have here. So what happens if there's a natural disaster? That's a reason. What happens if there's an internal dispute among folks? That's a reason. My guess is if we asked all of you to come up here and think of any reason whatsoever why a county might not be able to certify the abstract of votes, you could probably come up with ones that are pretty legitimate, and probably ones where you don't want the Secretary of State, think of flipping the parties here, where you don't want the Secretary of State coming in and booting out your county clerk and saying, we're taking over now. For any reason. So I hope that language gets struck. Maybe it already got struck, and would love the bill sponsor to point that out. That would make me much happier than I've been in a while. And continuing on with that, the clarification I would like on page 14, when we talk about the fact that the Secretary of State's taking over and making some of these determinations, certifying the results for the county, proceeding to certify state results. If you look at lines 7 through 9, and I would ask the bill sponsor to speak to this, is the Secretary of State may designate a registered elector of the state to carry out the duties required by this section. So, some of you might be thinking, Senator, relax. It's the Secretary of State. He is going to do, she is going to do a great job stepping in when there's any reason why he or she needs to step in. Don't you worry, Secretary of State, elected and statewide election, is accountable to the voters, so don't worry. But now in the very same paragraph, we're saying, he or she doesn't need to do that. He or she can instead take all of these rights to certify the results for the county and give it to a registered elector of the state. So I asked folks in this building who have law degrees where the definition of a registered elector of the state is, because it sounds like an official title. We don't need to worry, this person's a registered elector. I can't find any definition of a registered elector. The only thing I can find around a registered elector tells me somebody who lives in our state who's registered to vote. So that could be almost any of us, really, as long as we registered to vote. The Secretary of State could, and I don't think this is this far-fetched, folks. We live in turbulent times. I don't think it's that far-fetched to say the Secretary of State is now going to designate the candidate that he or she likes the best to be the one certifying the election results of that county. Can you imagine that? This says, Secretary of State may designate a registered elector of the state to carry out the duties required by this section, period, end of section. No qualifiers. That should make everybody extremely nervous. Because whoever this person is that's designated, unlike the Secretary of State, probably did not win a statewide election, probably is not accountable to the voters in any way. And my guess is none of us know who that person is. And the first time some very bold or very unhinged Secretary of State decides to designate one of the candidates as the person certifying the election, then where are we as a state? Now what's happened to our elections? Going back to the first sentence, when we're trying, and we agree, I think we agree, I certainly agree with the bill sponsors on that, that what we want are free and fair elections. Does anybody here think that one of the candidates certifying election results in a county, because they can do that for whatever reason if the timeline was missed? So there's a natural disaster, voters are scattered. This just happened, right? Natural disaster, people are scattered all over the place. They can't tabulate votes, or God forbid, a building burns down, or there's a tragedy, something happens, and now those election results can't be certified. And this hypothetical Secretary of State says, great, we're going to certify the results. And I'm appointing this person to do exactly that. The candidate who I want to win. Can you imagine that? There's nothing in this language that prohibits that. And just in case there's any concern, I don't think the bill sponsors intended that, and I don't think the bill sponsors want that, to be perfectly clear. This is not a partisan issue on that. So I'd really ask, I'm happy to be the first one to yell aye when they say we'd like a third reading amendment, because I would really like some clarification around that. So again, because the bill sponsors, I think, did very good work in eliminating the vast majority of the concerns that I had around this, I think we only have a few pieces left to tidy up. As a parting note, a lot of people reached out to me concerned that we're creating this new education structure, this education format that says, okay, all of you have to go through education that we're going to create that talks about misinformation and disinformation as we, the education providers, sounds Orwellian, doesn't it? We are going to create this, tell you what misinformation and disinformation is, and you have to go and get educated. But I, as the Secretary of State, don't have to do that. And I'll be honest, I was really concerned about that myself. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. I've had a conversation with the bill sponsor about that, and think that there's a good reason why that might need to stay out. I not foolish enough to put words in the gentleman's mouth, but I would certainly ask that he make those statements at the mic because I appreciated his reasoning on that. So right now, I'm no vote on Senate Bill 153 and encourage you to be as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to keep this brief. On the last point, the good senator said that the sponsor, myself, had a pretty good reason. And he wanted me to say it at the mic, so I will. The thing you are requesting is unconstitutional. That's my reason. You can't require a constitutional officer to do something in order to be able to do their duties that the Constitution requires them to do. The Constitution says the Secretary of State is the chief elections officer. If you're to say the chief election, you can't do those duties until you've taken a certification course, you're probably violating the Constitution. That's why. I don't totally know where to start, so maybe I'll just not address most of what was discussed. But a lot of the concerns that were raised by the good senator from El Paso County are not in the bill anymore, or ever. So I won't address most of them. But to be clear, this Orwellian bill that was just referenced, when it comes to the certification and training process, which again was already existing law, we didn't create that in this bill. And you know why we have it? Because the federal law requires every state to have it. I believe it was required by the Help America Vote Act. That's why one of the things that the certification course is required to teach, again, was already required to teach, is the Help America Vote Act, to train election administrators on election administration. That's why it's in law, because it's required to be in law by federal law. The pieces that were referenced as being top-down and a consolidation of power and a violation of local control were requested by the counties. They said, "Can you put this in the bill?" And I said, yes. That's why it's in here. The part that was referenced is security cameras. Key card access. That is a violation of local control. To require security cameras on something that is clearly under attack, we know that, by bad actors. I am not going to go into much more detail here because I think it all comes down to one thing, which is, I think in a different environment, this bill would have passed unanimously. This bill says if you have election equipment in a room where it's stored, you got to have a security camera on it. You got to limit access so a criminal doesn't walk in there and hack it. That's basic security protocol. The reference to the good senator from Douglas County referenced page 13, lines 9 through 11. Oh my God, the Secretary of State is going to be able to promulgate rules necessary for the implementation of this section in accordance with Article 4 of Title 24. Oh my God, we are consolidating power, and this Secretary of State is going to have so much rulemaking authority. You know what Article 4 of Title 24 is? Well, it's referenced 100 plus times in Title 1 because it's how we do rules in the state of Colorado. It is referencing how people make rules. It's called the Administrative Procedures Act. It's everywhere in our statutes. But it sure is scary that she has to follow those rules when making rules. So if you would like to take that out and say she can actually write rules according to whatever the heck she wants to follow, go for it. But I don't think that's in line with your arguments. I think when rules are being made about important issues, they probably should follow the Administrative Procedures Act, but that's just me. The piece on page 14 where it says the Secretary of State may designate a registered elector of the state to carry out the duties required by this section, this is put in place because let's say, I don't know, in some county in the western part of the state, there's a problem. And the Secretary of State says, you know what, I think we need to address this problem. There's some criminal activity going on. Maybe that individual shouldn't be in charge of the election, or maybe, we should figure out a way to fix the fact that they are obstructing the certification of an election because, I don't know, maybe like a president of the United States called them and said, hey, obstruct the certification of the election. And if that Secretary of State said, if I went down there and certified it myself, there might be some problems. People might accuse me of being partisan. So there might be some circumstances where said Secretary of State may want to appoint, I don't know, the previous Secretary of State from the other political party to do that because they would be more trusted and it would provide more confidence in the sanctity of our democracy. It's a hypothetical. That's what that's for. It's because in this political environment, where because of the letter next to your name, we don't trust you, sometimes it might be appropriate to designate someone from the other political party, or whatever the situation is, to be a designee. If you want to remove that, instead of talking about it 30 minutes, usually what you do is you go over there and you run an amendment. It'd be a pretty easy one. If you want to remove that, I'm fine with that. This is meant to make sure there is flexibility so we all have confidence in how our elections are administered and certified. But if you have a major issue with it, it gives you major heartburn, you can remove it. And then it would be consolidating power further in the Secretary of State, because that individual would no longer be able to designate somebody else to do that task. That's what that amendment would do. I would probably support it if you would like to do that, but I don't think, again, that is in line with your basic premise of opposition to the bill. Look, I get that there are different opinions on this bill and that there are probably maybe different ways you would write the bill if you disagree with it. But at the end of the day, when constituents, no matter how many there are, come to you and say, I am concerned about such and such in this bill because it'll be a police state and authoritarian rule and et cetera, et cetera. If you don't believe that, or if you think it's maybe blowing it out of proportion, I think in this political environment, on this topic, which is democracy, I think we have the responsibility to say, look, I think you've read some crazy things on the internet that are not true. And I know, maybe we get a chuckle out of this, but I think this is very serious. I think it is our job as elected officials, as people who swore an oath to the Constitution and to uphold this institution, to push back on conspiracy theorists that are set on undermining the basis of our democracy. I hope instead of doing that we aren't doing, I think they're a little nuts. I think what they said is something crazy they read on the internet. But those are my people, so I'm going to feed it. I'm going to perpetuate that. I'm going to make sure, I don't know if I believe in that lie or that misinformation or that conspiracy, but I'm going to come down here and talk about maybe there's some truth to it. Maybe we should give it some oxygen. I think that's dangerous. At the end of the day, this bill is about making sure those who run our elections are trained and skilled and do it with integrity. And that is what the county clerks actually asked us to do in writing this bill, because they felt that there's a trend towards people trying to run elections for the purposes of undermining our elections. That's why they pursued this bill. That's a pretty serious fear coming from mostly rural or small community and Republican county clerks. And I think we need to listen to them. And they're asking for this bill. They are asking for the provisions in here. They're asking that there are basic practices that everybody should follow. Because if somebody doesn't, it not only undermines confidence in our democracy, which can be dangerous, but it actually can undermine and impact the value of all of our votes. If there's a rogue county that does something that questions the legitimacy and accuracy of an election. And that's why I think this bill is important. And I do believe in a previous time, just a few years ago, this would be a consensus bill. But unfortunately, having security cameras and restricted access to voting equipment, to saying that if you intentionally tamper with voting equipment, if you try to change the outcome of an election by hacking a system, I guess today that's partisan. But really, the intention here is to be responsive to our local county clerks and administrators, and to put things in place to make sure that we all can have confidence in the outcome and process that goes into our democracy.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the bill sponsor for those clarifying comments. And I suppose I'm guilty today of trying to put brevity and succinctness over precision in my words. So I will try to be more precise, particularly when dealing with my concerns around page 14, lines 8 through 9. And I appreciate the sponsor's comments about in a different place and time, this would have been a different bill, and I agree. In a different place and time, this would have been a different bill, but this isn't a different place and time. This is 2022. So this is the reality of the world that we have to live in today. And the bill as introduced and the ledge deck that I understood with it was, I used the term Orwellian before. I can't think of a better word to describe it. We're basically creating truth police, and we can't have that in the United States of America, because you are going to, at some point, cross the line as government when you state that opinions aren't opinions, and instead you have to listen to me, the government, because we have the monopoly on truth. That's dangerous. Facts are facts, for sure. But a government's opinion of what is truth and what is opinion is very different than a fact. That's what the introduced bill, to a large extent, was all about. Somebody was going to tell you what you believe. If you, for example, you believe that the Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms, should not include a certain type of firearm, do you want a government coming in and saying, that's a falsity? You can't have that opinion. That's what this bill was about. If you have a belief about an opinion, a belief about when does life begin, you don't want the government coming in and telling you you're wrong. You can't think that way anymore. Otherwise, we're going to yank you out of your role as a government official. Blurring the line between opinion and truth is dangerous. I like the parts in the bill that say if someone's acting recklessly, that should go into the courts. And a court should determine if a person's acting recklessly. And if that happens, by the way, you haven't heard me talk about any of the parts of the bill that I don't have problems with, like the video surveillance, the key card access, the ability for, convicts not to be in the role that they're in the role, somebody convicted of a crime. You haven't heard me come and say, these things, Senator, are bad and we need to change those. What I was concerned about was the introduced bill and what very well may be the bill that comes over from the House again. Blurring the line between people's opinion and beliefs and what the government says you have to believe, and it has to be your opinion because we've deemed it to be the truth. That's not America. It certainly isn't Colorado. Which is why I commended the bill sponsor for taking out the largest section of that. And I hope it stays out. So I don't want to minimize how grateful I am for the changes in this bill. I don't want to minimize that. But I also don't want to be written off when I talk about the fact that the Secretary of State can designate anybody to go do these things for him or her and go certify the elections in a county. I don't want to be minimized on that topic. Because yes, perhaps history tells us that the Secretary of State, acting in good faith, he or she can't do it all. They bring somebody from the other party, was mentioned, to come help mediate this event. I think that's great. As long as that happens, Coloradans, as long as that's what happens, I'm fine with it. But what happens when it doesn't happen? What happens when my hypothetical happens? Oh, that's far-fetched, Senator. That could never happen. Yes, it can. It's in the bill. Of course it can. So where I've been guilty of being too brief is saying you should remove that. So let me be more clear. We should remove or replace or amend or modify or change or restate this piece. And I haven't been in all the stakeholder meetings that the sponsors have. So to say, well, Senator, if you don't like it, go fix it. Shouldn't the person who had all the hours of stakeholdering be the one to fix it and propose something better? And I would support that. The new amendment says, in the event that a county is unable to certify election for results, and remember, for any reason, in the event that that happens, here's what the process is. And it doesn't leave any wiggle room for my hypothetical to come true. That's what I'd like to see. Something that says, like what you heard, the Secretary of State shall appoint a nonpartisan commission or a group of other electeds, including members from both parties, geographically representing the state, to come in and do this. That sounds like good language. You know what sounds like not good language? The Secretary of State can pick anybody who's registered to vote in the state of Colorado, and they can go certify the results in a county. I don't know that I could come up with worse language other than to actually put the Secretary of State may designate the candidate that he or she likes the best to do this. That might be the only thing I could think of that's worse. And no, I'm not going to fix the bill. But I would encourage the supporters and the sponsors to fix the bill, because this might all be just interesting banter right now until it happens, until because of the language in this law, it actually happens, and future Coloradans look at people like me and the good senator from Boulder and say, what were you thinking? What are you thinking? You codified the fact that the Secretary of State can pick anybody registered in the state to vote, to go certify the election results in a county that were not submitted on a timely basis for whatever reason. Future generations are going to judge us for sloppy language like this. And that's what this is, in my opinion. This is sloppy language, and I think it should be fixed. So I apologize if I was too succinct in my prior comment saying remove it. Very fair point. Maybe there's other alternatives than just removing it, and I agree. Yes, let's not just remove it. But we certainly shouldn't leave it as it is, because that doesn't make sense to anybody. And I hope we all, including those listening, remember that this is the first chamber. I can't express more clearly how thankful I am for the changes that are made, but this is the first chamber. It has to go to the House still. We want to make sure, if you're going to do something like this, that the language is as good as it can be. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During the course of this debate, we've seen more and more people gather around the sides of the Senate floor here. That inspires me to see the faces of Colorado stepping into this room and into this discussion. It is critically important that we not be dismissive of the people of Colorado in their individuality, in their locality, in their counties, with their perspectives. Because it is a free and sovereign people that govern themselves that is the magic of this experiment we call America, and is the requirement of the elections that we hold. Now, prior to the American experiment, it was simple. Elections were so simple. The king said, "My son shall be king," or "My daughter shall be queen," and the election was settled. That's not the way it works in America. The people have the sovereignty to choose their pathway forward. And we walk through elections. And sometimes those elections are challenging. There's tug, there's pull, there's difference of perspectives and difference of opinions, as it should be, if the people are free, if the people are allowed to have their own ideals and make their own choices. This bill, Senate Bill 153, as introduced and as amended in this body at this time, consolidates an enormous amount of power into the hands of one individual. Republican, Democrat, Independent, I don't care. It's still one individual. There are multiple places in the bill as amended where rule-making authority under the Administrative Authorities Act is allowed. Rule-making. That's where a board listens to people, hopefully, and creates all of those regulations and bureaucratic challenges that the people bump up against in their lives and struggle with consistently. It's where the elected officials hand off authority to unelected individuals to apply that which those unelected officials see the rules or interpret the rules to cause them to do. There is a significant expansion of the rulemaking authority of the Secretary of State's office in this bill as introduced and as amended. The distributed authority of checks and balances that we have with the 64 counties and the county clerks is rolled up. Simpler, much simpler. But does it find the better angels of who we are as sovereign individuals seeking to govern ourselves? Maybe, maybe not. I think it's really important as we talk about the dramatic move this bill may have made in the last hour or two or three as we've been debating it, as amendments were offered and a couple of the most offensive sections to both the right and the left were removed, to acknowledge the fact that this is the more deliberative body. This is the body where the margin between the partisans is closer. This bill goes from here over to another body that is noted for its obstreperous nature. I enjoyed my service in the House very much. But it's a 41-24 body. It's important that we are attentive to exactly what this bill is now and what it may come back to us as it goes over to the House. This story is not written. This bill is not complete. I still stand in strenuous opposition because it consolidates power instead of distributing authority as closely as you can get it to the people. I urge your opposition to Senate Bill 153. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President.
I agree. To the good senator from Weld County, or you're from Weld, yeah, not this one, that one. That I will stop. But because the member who had the concern wasn't willing to run that very simple amendment, I'm going to run it to clarify what that piece does. And then, hopefully, be done.
There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 11?
Amendment L.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L011.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Instead of registered elector, it says an employee of the Secretary of State.
Any discussion on Amendment 11? Seeing none, the motion's Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Request a senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted. Mr. President,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I withdraw L011.
L011 has been withdrawn. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move, I would move L012.
There's an amendment of the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L012?
Amendment L01.
Senator Kirkmeyer, please move the amendment.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move L012.
That is a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you. Members, I think we've come to a really great compromise. Thank you, everyone, for working on this. And this amendment's very simple. Page 14, line 7. We would add the words, after consultation with the Board of County Commissioners, then the Secretary of State may designate a registered elector of the state to carry out the duties required by this section. So they would have to, the Secretary of State would have to consult with the Board of County Commissioners, which, being a previous county commissioner, makes perfect sense to me. I support this, and I urge everyone to vote aye.
Senator Lundin. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rise in support of L012. A few comments. First, to the good senator, the former County Commissioner of Weld County, thank you for bringing a local control perspective to this discussion. Having local control allows communities like Weld County or Salida, when the former superintendent of the Salida School District, former state representative, might join us in the chamber. It's always a good time to celebrate local control. But I don't want to introduce anybody during second reading, so I won't do that. This amendment is a very good step in the right direction. I also want to thank my colleague from Douglas County and the president. Next, I'd like to comment that the Senatorial 5 worked again. Our friends from the press were standing up attentive. Ooh, there might be a fight. Something's going on. But cooler heads prevailed, and we came up with a good solution. This is a great example of how our chamber and our rules are better than that one across the way. We actually occasionally get to call a timeout and go talk to each other, and that's what we did. This is a good amendment. It respects local control, and we wouldn't have got there if it hadn't been for the good senator from Weld County and the good senator from Boulder County. Ask for an aye vote.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a good amendment. I think it strikes a good balance. Thank you all for working on it. The only thing we fought about over there was whose name was going to be on the amendment. But thank you to the good senators who worked on this. In the words of Dan File, I love you guys.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L012. What this amendment does is it still, it's somewhat challenging for me, allows the Secretary of State to appoint in the case where a canvassing board is struggling or has not been able to resolve, but it requires that the Secretary of State consult with the local Board of County Commissioners. So it brings back an element, not a conclusive element, certainly does not give local control, but it gives local input into the decision that is made. And I therefore support this amendment as better than the bill as currently drafted. Still not a great bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The motion is the adoption of L012. All's in Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Want to thank the bill sponsor again for his continued work on this. Seeing amendments like this does two things. First of all, it restores my faith in humanity. And second, I rise in support, by the way, of Amendment L012. But I also want to point out for those colleagues who, on a totally separate note, asked me why I felt it was so important that we have the legislature convene in person, because the conversation that we just had, in my opinion, could not have happened remotely. So I don't care which side of the aisle that you're on, being here presenting your bill, being open to conversations, to me is still, was, is, and still extremely important to this body. I appreciate the President for being here in person and for running the amendment. I ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of L012. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L012 is adopted. Seeing no further, Senator Lundin.
To the bill. I renew my call for a no vote on this bill, and I will stop my comments with that concluding statement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 153. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 153 is passed. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 008?
Senate Bill 008, Senators Zenzinger and Priola, Representatives McLaughlin and McKean, concerning post-secondary education support for certain students who have been in and out of home placement.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 8 and the Education Committee report and the Appropriations report.
To the committee reports.
In education, we made the program last dollar in, and we split it between the institutions and the state, and in the Appropriations Committee, we appropriated the money.
Motion is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Education Committee report passes. The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, members. I encourage and I vote.
The motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 008. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 008 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till tomorrow, Friday, March 25th.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar till tomorrow. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Surprisingly. And the rest of the calendar is laid over till tomorrow. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
Just the resolution and then
For the rest of the session. That was me. I'm down it. For everyone in here. For everyone in here.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills in consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report that it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 57 is amended, Senate Bill 55 is amended, Senate Bill 110 is amended, Senate Bill 1 is amended, Senate Bill 7 is amended, Senate Bill 153 is amended, Senate Bill 8 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1089, 1165, Senate Bill 53, Senate Bill 97, Senate Bill 114, House Bill 1049, House Bill 1168, House Bill 1024, House Bill 1060, House Bill 1008, laid over until 3/25/2022 and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of Senator Lundin will be recorded as a no vote. Senator Woodward will be recorded as a no vote. With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate bills 57 is amended, 55 is amended, 110 is amended, 1 is amended, 7 is amended, 153 is amended, 8 as amended, passed on second reading and order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House bills 1089, 1165, Senate Bill 53, Senate Bill 97, Senate Bill 114, House Bill 1049, 1168, 1024, 1060, and 1008 laid over until March 25th, 2022 and retaining their place on the calendar. The following change in bill sponsorship will occur. Senator Fields will be added as co-prime sponsor on Senate Bill 57 with Senator Cook. Senator Kolker will be added as co-prime sponsor on Senate Bill 110 with Senator Sonnenberg. And Senator Priola will be added as co-prime sponsor on Senate Bill 153 with Senator Fenberg. Consideration of resolutions. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Joint Resolution 9?
Senate Joint Resolution 9, Senators Sonnenberg and Donovan, Representatives McCormick and Catlin, concerning the designation of March 24, 2022 as Colorado Agriculture Day.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the Senate, I move Senate Joint Resolution 9 and ask that it be read at length.
Senate Joint Resolution 9, Senators Sonnenberg and Donovan, Representatives McCormick and Catlin, concerning the designation of March 24, 2022 as Colorado Agriculture Day. Whereas Americans enjoy the safest, most abundant, and most affordable food supply in the world thanks largely to the efficiency and productivity of America's farm and ranch families, and whereas the world must feed nearly 2 billion more people by 2050, challenging farmers and ranchers to increase production of food, feed, fiber, and fuel by more than 50%, and whereas today 98% of United States farms and ranchers are operated by families and each feeds an estimated 165 people annually, a dramatic increase from the 1960s when each farmer could feed only 26 people, and whereas Americans spend less than 8.6% of their annual income on food, less than any other developed nation, while American farmers and ranchers receive on average only about 14.3 cents of every dollar spent on food. And whereas American farmers and ranchers are the most capable and responsible providers for the safety, health, and well-being of their livestock, and whereas agriculture ranks among the most important economic sectors in Colorado, supporting more than 195,000 jobs and generating an estimated $47 billion of economic activity annually. And whereas exports of Colorado food and agricultural products have increased fourfold since 2000 and reached an all-time high of $2.36 billion in 2021. And whereas Colorado agriculture contributes to national security not only by providing food and fiber, but also by producing energy. And whereas Colorado recognizes and appreciates landowners whose livelihood depends on the property they reside on, operate on, and care for as they work to provide basic necessities to all. And whereas leadership is vital to the viability of the agricultural industry and participants in programs like Future Farmers of America, 4-H, and the Colorado Agricultural Leadership Program help develop those leadership skills necessary to promote agriculture and educate urban populations on the importance of agriculture to the world. And whereas Colorado's agriculture industry requires an adequate, reliable workforce in order to provide food from the field to the table, and whereas Colorado's farms and ranches provide wildlife habitat, open space, and sites for innovative and sustainable farming practices that ensure the protection of state resources. And whereas Colorado's agricultural and aquacultural producers provide a diverse and valuable array of livestock and crops, including cattle, sheep, hogs, horses, goats, bison, elk, poultry, and eggs, dairy products, millet, field corn, sweet corn, hemp, quinoa, wheat, hay, chilies, potatoes, barley, sorghum, sunflowers, dry beans, soybeans, onions, carrots, wine, grapes, apples, cantaloupe, watermelon, peaches, numerous other fruits and vegetables, honey, greenhouse and nursery products, and fish. And whereas beyond food, feed, fiber, and fuel, farm products can be found in everyday items from medications to school supplies to musical instruments. And whereas Colorado's agriculturists employ sound animal husbandry practices, ensuring that livestock remain healthy, productive, and content. And whereas Colorado agriculture provides an estimated $67.5 million annually to support the state's wildlife, and whereas Colorado's farmers and ranchers are innovative entrepreneurs and business leaders who remain resilient in their dedication to the continued prosperity of the state's agricultural economy, and whereas the protection of private property and the rights of landowners who provide wholesome, safe food to Americans and others worldwide is essential, and whereas farmers and ranchers are critical to Colorado agritourism, welcoming tourists from around the world and showing them all Colorado has to offer, and whereas losing agricultural land and water to other uses will result result in overall negative impacts to the state's economy and a loss of food production vital to all Coloradans. And whereas the United States national security is stronger because farmers and ranchers provide more than enough food to keep this country from depending on other nations for sustenance. And whereas March 22nd, 2022 is National Agricultural Day, and the Agricultural Council of America encourages everyone to celebrate Agricultural Day for an entire week. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 73rd General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, proudly recognize and designate March 24, 2022 to be Colorado Agricultural Day in celebration of the many men and women who strengthen the nation's agriculture industry, promote a safe, high-quality, and sustainable food supply, and protect consumers, the environment, and natural resources. Be it further resolved that copies of this joint resolution be sent to the Honorable Governor Jared Polis, Colorado Commissioner of Agriculture Kate Greenberg, and the members of the Colorado Congressional Delegation.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please be seated. Thank you, colleagues. You know, I know we've had a long day, and I know we've been celebrating Ag Week this week, but I'm thrilled that we have an opportunity to talk just a little bit about agriculture. I had a little fun this morning running the amendment on the wildfire deal to make sure and set the stage, but that seems like so many hours ago. Oh yeah, it was so many hours ago. With that said, the things you didn't hear in the resolution that you need to be aware of, that our farmers are the ultimate conservationists. The livestock producers are the ultimate animal rights people. I don't know if you know this, but between 2000 and 2010 on the Eastern Plains of Colorado, I used to have a National Weather Service station where I monitored weather and moisture, and I had over 100 years of data. Now, no, in case you're thinking, I did not get the original data myself. But with that said, I looked at the data through the dirty 30s and the Dust Bowl days, compared to 2000 to 2010. It was hotter, it was drier in 2000, 2010 than it was in the 30s. But why did we not have the Dust Bowl days? It's because those ultimate environmentalists, the farmer and rancher, are now using techniques to eliminate erosion, to take care of their land differently than they did 80, 90, 100 years ago. Very little tillage anymore. Those are the things you need to remember, and then you want to talk about livestock. You know, I'm thrilled to death that these ladies are over here that are part of your supper tonight, but these ladies will tell you the same story that I do, that when you have a baby calf last week when it was snowing and cold and wet, and it's 3 in the morning, when you have your steak supper with them tonight, ask them what they do with that calf. And I'll give you a hint. They take them in their arms and take them into their house. They warm them up, dry them down. They give them a little something to eat, and then take them back out for Mama to take care of them. That's not a lazy rancher. That's an ultimate animal rights activist that takes care of those animals just as well as they take care of their children. As we move forward on celebration of Ag Week, and especially today, Ag Day, I get the opportunity to talk about how great this industry is. But the one thing I want you to remember, every day it's cold, every day it's snowing, every day it's windy. When you have the option to stay inside or to avoid the weather, or quite frankly to take a day off of work, they don't get that option. Christmas Day, when everybody else is celebrating their Christmas and opening presents under the tree, these families go do chores, take care of their animals, do what they need to do before they start their celebration. I can't thank this industry enough for what they provide us in food, fiber, and energy, and how little it costs you as a consumer to get the safest, most inexpensive food in the world. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President, and truly thank you, colleagues, for finding some time when I all know we have a big afternoon ahead of us of things to do this annual pause to think about what ag means to this state. Ag's a remarkable industry, a remarkable legacy, and a remarkable group of people. And agriculture has been with us as long as we have called ourselves organized society as humans. This is the anthropologist, archaeologist in me speaking now. In college, I went and had actually after college, I had a great period of being an archaeologist, and one of the sites I dug was in the Fertile Crescent Valley, just beyond the Dead Sea. At the time, it was the oldest known human habitation, the first time in the history of mankind that we decided we were going to live in a place called home. Why did we do that? Because we were becoming agriculturalists. That's why we settled down, is because we started to learn how to grow our own food. So the first seed of humanity, of what we currently call the modern human, has never been separated from agriculture, and I hope it never will be. Ag also brought you wonderful things like the wheel, and we haven't stopped there. Agriculturalists were the earliest inventors, the earliest innovators, and we continue to do that. Now figuring out how to sequester carbon, now figuring out how to take care of our animals even better than we did just the year previous. Now figuring out how to take the highest level of medical sophistication and apply that to making the food we make better. Now I'm going to say something. There's no such thing as a baby carrot. If you think there's such a thing as a baby carrot, you need to go visit more farms. If you think that we grow baby carrots, then I encourage you to work with us to go visit a farm. I love the chuckles from people you know. A baby carrot is just a regular carrot that we've carved down into something that's more marketable. So if you don't think that agriculturists are some of the best business people in the world, enjoy the baby carrot that your toddler insists on eating. Ag takes care of a lot. They take care of the mountains and the valleys. They take care of almost every drop of water this state has to offer. Every drop of water that you drink, shower, bathe, do your laundry in, probably was first taken care of somebody in ag. We take care of the soil, as my colleague so artfully described. You think government ended the Dust Bowl? No, ag did. We take care of every animal you can possibly imagine. Because yeah, we take care of the calves. I probably don't do it as much as these ladies, but I get one in my living room once in a while. My living room isn't on the ranch, so my living room ends up them also getting a truck ride. I walked a calf. I had a calf in my house for overnight, and my living room is in a small row of townhouses in the ski town of Vail. And let me tell you the looks my neighbors gave to me when I had a ski coat around a calf who was walking around my yard in Vail. Those were some stories. Nope, not a dog. That's a cow. But not only do we take care of those animals, but most of us end up taking care of wild animals too, because it's just in our nature. Because a son brings back a wounded bunny rabbit, or we find a hawk out in the field that broke a wing, we take care of everyone. And we take care of our land so it can take care of the wild animals as well. We also take care of the legacy. That is the state. Why do we meet? Why does session meet during winter? Because our state was founded on ag and mining. That's why we're here when the snow's on the ground, because that's where our state came from. And we take care of that legacy, and we're proud of it. And lastly, we take care of you. Each one of you in here, if you know it or not, is taking care of ag. Every single day, the work we do ends up taking care of you all. And so a last request, if over the next months or years you want to write a bill that touches ag, go out and visit us. We'd love to have you. We don't care where you're from. We don't care the letter behind your name. We'd love to welcome you on our property and make sure that you know there's no such thing as a baby carrot, and help you write the best laws that you can write to help us continue to take care of you. Thank you.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really just will be brief. I wanted to take the opportunity to really thank the good senator from Sterling and the good senator for Vail and their advocacy. I rise in strong support of Senate Joint Resolution 9 and their advocacy for agriculture, and you'll be dearly missed next session, and hope I can be half the advocate that you all have been going forward. The resolution strikes a chord with me and touches home. That describes me and my family to a T. I feel very blessed on a daily basis when I'm not here. I get to work every day with my dad and my son and now my grandson on the family farm. It's such a pleasure, and not everybody's afforded that opportunity, and I really don't take that for granted. And a parting note, interestingly enough, like when I go to my local implement dealer, I'll put in a plug for U.S. Tractor and Harvest, the John Deere dealership in Alamosa. The parts counter routinely reminds me, and those in ag will appreciate this, but the parts lady reminds me or asks me routinely, she goes, you farmers, you come in here all the time and it's either too hot, it's too cold, it's too wet, it's too dry. Where's my free hat? Thank you, Mr. President.
The motion is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 9. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Joint Resolution 9 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Donovan.
Mr. President, without objection, I ask that the current roll call be added as co-sponsors.
See no objection. The current roll call will be added as co-sponsors on Senate Joint Resolution 9. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, Friday, March 25th.
Motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow. All those opposed say aye. All those opposed. Just want to make sure everyone's paying attention. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes, I think, maybe have it, but I'm not sure what that means, that the ayes have it, but they have it. Everything will be laid over till tomorrow. Announcements. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to let you all know, as if you don't know already, the ladies over in the corner on my side over there are the ones providing supper for you for the steak fry. I need to let you know that a new twist at this steak fry is never before here. They have wine and beer. That starts at 6 o'clock. My guess is you can probably start opening the wine here in about 10 minutes. I'm sorry, after committee. They would love to see you, love to sit down and visit with you, and actually, they have some great stories that you ought to hear. So I'm excited about that tonight. 6 o'clock, come a little early. My guess is they'll be ready. We'll visit a little bit before we have dinner. Mr. President, thank you.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, State Veteran Military Affairs Committee will not be meeting upon adjournment today.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I were the senator from Sterling, I would be a little nervous about the ladies telling stories because I know about that good senator. But having spoken to the majority leader and the minority leader, I would ask to be excused tomorrow, Friday, and Monday the 28th.
Senator Quorum will be marked as excused for tomorrow and Monday. Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having spoken to the majority leader and the minority leader and yourself, I ask to be excused Monday and Tuesday of next week.
Senator Rankin will be marked as excused Monday and Tuesday of next week. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Judiciary Committee will meet at 3:15 in Senate Committee Room 352. We'll hear Senate Bill 155, 1082. We're going to take 1237 off the calendar, lay it over. 1226 will be heard, and 1228 will be heard. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. AG will meet 15 minutes upon adjournment. Thank you.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Transportation and Energy is not meeting today.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Education will meet as soon as members have assembled. We will follow the calendar, and Representative Wilson sends his regards.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn until tomorrow, Friday, March 25th at 9 a.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will adjourn until 9 a.m. tomorrow, Friday, March 25th, 2022.